Bienvenidos a Research in Action. Muy buenos días para todos los que nos acompañan hoy. Mi nombre es Doralba Pérez Ibáñez, soy la directora de investigaciones de la institución universitaria colomboamericana ÚNICA. Es un placer enorme darles la bienvenida a la 19ª versión de Research in Action titulada Mentoring Research in Bilingual Education and Language Teaching. Research in Action es el congreso de investigación organizado por ÚNICA desde 2012. Al que asiste la comunidad única y docentes y estudiantes de distintas universidades de Colombia con propuestas de investigación sobre educación y bilingüismo, para ser socializadas durante el evento y que comprenden una variedad de temas relacionados con las líneas de investigación del grupo INNOBED, Innovation in Bilingual Education. En esta ocasión, el Congreso girará en torno al rol del docente como mentor de la investigación en educación bilingüe y la enseñanza de las lenguas. Le cedo la palabra a nuestra rectora María Lucía Casas, quien hará la apertura oficial del evento.
Muy buenos días, Doralba, muchísimas gracias. Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a esta 19ª versión de este evento que se ha convertido en un hito, siento que no solamente para ÚNICA, sino para la comunidad educativa en general. Quiero darle las gracias a Doralba por su liderazgo y por su esfuerzo en la generación de este momento tan importante para nuestra institución, así como a Constanza Mezquita, su predecesora en la Dirección de Investigaciones en la licenciatura, quien durante muchas versiones anteriores ha estado con nosotros apoyando, desarrollando y fortaleciendo esta iniciativa y seguramente nos acompañará en el futuro en nuevas versiones, en sus nuevos roles. Doralba ha asumido esto con la pasión y el entusiasmo de una académica, de una investigadora, y quiero decirles que para ÚNICA es particularmente importante estar instalando esta versión hoy frente a un tema que es vital, porque cuando hablamos de mentoring, cuando hablamos de research, cuando hablamos de language teaching y cuando hablamos de bilingual education, creo que estamos poniendo el dedo en un punto absolutamente crucial en nuestra profesión, en 4 temas que son realmente temas que generan una gran diferencia. Ahorita, hace un rato hablando con Doralba sobre si íbamos a hacer esta sesión inaugural en inglés o en español, me decía, como quieras, esto es una institución bilingüe. Entonces, podríamos jugar un poco a ese tema del bilingüismo. And we could talk about why research, why bilingual education, and why language teaching. But most of all, why mentoring? We do not create researchers from, from scratch. Research is an attitude, but research is also something that you have to learn, something that you have to cultivate, and something that you have to develop. So when we talk about becoming a researcher, that means that you had the spark, that you feel that motivation inside, but obviously, and also, and utmost important, you had somebody who was your mentor, somebody who told you that if you went through a process that was carefully followed, that was systematic, that was rigorous, you could come out with an idea that becomes knowledge that is pertinent, knowledge that is useful, knowledge that is applicable to different situations, and knowledge that is going to become a contribution to the field. De manera, volviendo a nuestro tema del bilingüismo, que para nosotros hoy hablar de mentoring, hablar de formación de jóvenes investigadores y hablar de la importancia que tiene la investigación como una actitud que tiene que acompañar la formación de los docentes y el ejercicio de la carrera educativa, de la carrera pedagógica, pues es un must, es algo que no se puede simplemente omitir. Un docente que no investiga es un docente que copia, que recontextualiza y que muy probablemente aplica en un contexto propuestas que son útiles o que fueron diseñadas para otros. Nosotros como educadores tenemos que ser capaces de leer la realidad del aula, entender las particularidades de nuestros estudiantes, comprender las diferencias individuales y tener la capacidad de adaptar, de acomodar nuestras prácticas pedagógicas a lo que sucede en el entorno en el que nos desempeñamos. Y eso lo pueden hacer personas altamente calificadas, altamente hábiles y personas que tengan esa curiosidad y esa mentalidad que les permite hacerse preguntas y responderlas de una manera sistemática y rigurosa a partir de conocimientos previos, a partir de hallazgos de otros y a partir de intervenciones que se sistematizan, se indagan, se organizan, se cuestionan, se prueban y tal vez se convierten en nuevos métodos, en nuevos hallazgos y en nuevas contribuciones al acervo de conocimientos o al cuerpo de conocimientos de la pedagogía, de la enseñanza de la lengua y del bilingüismo. De manera que la intención de esta 19ª versión de Research in Action es hablar de qué es exactamente ese proceso que nos convierte en generadores de conocimientos desde la profesión de la educación. ¿Cómo podemos hacer el mentoring? ¿Cómo podemos hacer el monitoring? ¿Cómo podemos hacer ese proceso de acompañamiento para que quienes están en el camino, en el viaje de convertirse en docentes, puedan, a partir de una actitud de curiosidad sistemática, de rigor intelectual, de persistencia, de creatividad, convertirse en generadores de nuevos conocimientos que alimentan todo lo que todos los demás hacemos. La investigación es una actitud, la investigación es una forma de ser y la investigación es una forma de contribuir al desarrollo de la ciencia pedagógica, que es una ciencia, es un arte, pero sobre todo, como todos nosotros sabemos, es una pasión hermosa que nos permite transformar la realidad, no desde el azar, porque pues Eureka ha pasado pocas veces en la historia de la humanidad, sino desde el conocimiento sistemático que se aplica con juicio y rigor para avanzar. Doralba, felicitaciones por esta iniciativa, felicitaciones por tu liderazgo, gracias y gracias a todos quienes nos acompañan.
Muchas gracias, María Lucía, por esas hermosas palabras tan inspiradoras como siempre. Es un placer para mí dar la bienvenida a todos los participantes a la conferencia Research in Action, Mentoring Research in Bilingual Education and Language Teaching. Doy la bienvenida a todos los presentadores e invitados de diferentes lugares del país que han venido aquí para compartir sus conocimientos y su vasta experiencia con la comunidad académica que nos acompaña. Esta es la segunda conferencia de Research in Action que se realiza íntegramente en una plataforma digital en la línea con las normas de distanciamiento social de la pandemia de COVID-19. El tema de esta conferencia de 2 días es el rol del docente como mentor de la investigación en educación bilingüe y la enseñanza de las lenguas. En ÚNICA comprendemos que la investigación tiene una gran importancia dentro del proceso de aprendizaje, debido a que a través de ella los docentes tienden a mejorar la enseñanza y los alumnos a conocer el mundo en el que viven, aprenden a actuar en él, comprender críticamente todo lo que pasa en su entorno y actuar para transformarlo, como ya lo mencionaba María Lucía en sus palabras de inicio. Tanto el docente como el estudiante deben de tomar conciencia de la utilidad de la investigación, ya que deben tener claro qué se va a investigar, para qué se va a investigar y cómo se va a investigar, lo cual ayudará a los estudiantes a estar encaminados hacia una acción sistemática para alcanzar sus objetivos de aprendizaje. Como docentes debemos tener en cuenta que enseñar no se reduce simplemente a transmitir conocimientos, sino a la necesidad de transmitir saberes prácticos, actitudes y valores, y en estos interviene la investigación como estrategia de enseñanza, debido a que los estudiantes deben aprender a generar nuevos conocimientos a través de esta estrategia, lo cual les permitirá tener otra versión que los llevará, o otra visión, perdón, que los llevará a ver la realidad de su entorno social. Como facilitadores del conocimiento, debemos de enseñar a los estudiantes cómo se produjo el conocimiento que se les enseña, discutir con ellos los procedimientos de investigación adecuados para nuestra área de conocimiento, para que ellos observen de qué manera fue creado lo que se les está enseñando y con base en nuestra experiencia personal, proponer pautas de cambio que permitan desarrollar de manera eficiente la mentalidad del estudiante y el cambio, y eso genera un cambio en nuestra manera de enseñar. Estamos muy orgullosos de anunciar que en esta conferencia contaremos con la participación de investigadores de la Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana, la Universidad Externado de Colombia, la Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas, la Universidad de La Sabana, la Universidad Libre, la Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, la Universidad Surcolombiana, la Universidad de La Salle y, por supuesto, la Institución Universitaria Colomboamericana ÚNICA. Instituciones que constantemente han sido reconocidas por sus investigaciones y aportes al campo de la enseñanza de las lenguas, la educación bilingüe y la formación de docentes. Profesores con una larga experiencia en mentoría de investigadores junior y docentes en formación compartirán con nosotros sus experiencias en esta área y además algunos de sus asesorados presentarán sus investigaciones. Salvo por las plenarias, cada presentación tendrá una duración de entre 15 y 20 minutos. Pasado este tiempo, verán en sus pantallas un aviso anunciando que es el momento de hacer preguntas. Cada ponente tendrá el tiempo de responder entre 3 y 4 preguntas de manera breve. Pues nos gustaría que contestaran todas nuestras iniciativas, todas nuestras preguntas y nuestras dudas, pero el tiempo es corto. Ya veremos después cómo encontramos el momento de reunirnos nuevamente. Auguro que seremos partícipes de 2 jornadas productivas llenas de mucho aprendizaje en medio del ambiente de camaradería que siempre ha caracterizado a Research in Action. Sin más preámbulos, damos por abierta la sesión de hoy y los invito a revisar la agenda para que tengan presente todas las ponencias que vamos a tener en el día de hoy. Iniciaremos recibiendo una valiosa inspiración acerca de las actividades de investigación y la manera como ha trabajado la mentoría de estudiantes el doctor Raúl Mora de la Pontificia Universidad Bolivariana. Luego escucharemos a nuestra estudiante Sofía Sánchez de ÚNICA presentando su proyecto de grado. Posteriormente recibiremos a la profesora Luzaida Aguirre de la Universidad Externado de Colombia y la valiosa participación del doctor Rigoberto Castillo, que durante muchos años ha sido mentor de muchos investigadores en este país y ha hecho grandes contribuciones al campo. Luego tendremos a la estudiante de maestría Julia Africano de la Universidad de La Sabana, que nos presentará también su trabajo de grado. Y cerraremos con la presentación de Diana Caicedo de la Universidad Distrital, que también presentará su trabajo de grado. Sin más preámbulos, damos por abierta la sesión de hoy. Los dejo en compañía de la profesora Carolina Rodríguez, quien nos presentará al primer plenarista del evento.
Thank you, Doralba. Thank you very much for that welcome, and welcome everybody to the 19th version of Research in Action. Today, I'm really glad and honored to introduce a friend and mentor, Dr. Raúl Mora, from Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana in Medellín. Raúl will open today's event in his role as a leader and a mentor to emerging and young scholars. In his group Literacies in Second Language project, one of the most solid research group of young researchers in our country and our field, he has been training young scholars for years. I have been a witness of his work, and I have been a beneficiary of his great mentorship skills. Thanks to his energy and his ideas, we have been putting together projects with my students and with other researchers in other universities. Let's give Raúl a warm ÚNICA welcome and thank him for his participation in the 19th version of Research in Action. Welcome, Raúl. We're glad to have you here. Your microphone.
Good morning. And thank you, Carolina, for that lovely introduction to today's event. So I want to welcome everybody, greeting you from Medellín, in Antioquia, a land that I would like to recognize has been traditionally under the ancestral care of the Embera, the Zenú, the Kunatule, among other originary peoples in the region. I think today more than ever we need to remember where we come from, and so we can project where we're heading. I also want to take a moment to express my gratitude to the organizers, to Carlo for the first invitation, to Maria Lucia for all the work she's doing with the academic community under her leadership. Now I will start sharing my my slides. I think you can, hopefully you can see them now. There you go. So today's presentation is titled Academic Literacy as a Discovery Process, an Experience within a Student Research Lab. And I would be remiss not to acknowledge the situation we're facing in the country, and acknowledge that if we're here today as a community, it's not to forget or ignore what's happening, but to start using academic work as spaces for healing, for rebuilding, for rethinking. That research should be a way to heal and to rebuild and to rethink a better world, better worlds, better futures. So that is part of the backdrop that brings us this morning. I will develop 4 points in my presentation, starting with a question about academic literacies and the difficulty that we sometimes face. Then I'll talk a little bit about the conceptual elements that frame the work we do with my research lab. And then a couple of examples of how we're bringing academic literacies as a practice, and then how we are also using academic literacies as a form of community building. So let's begin with a question for all the folks watching this. And it's a question: why are academic literacies so difficult sometimes? In that sometimes you put it in parentheses as a kind of like playing with words, or you're playing with science, but academic literacies sometimes are a source of struggle for a lot of novice teachers, a lot of novice researchers. And I'll start with every setting. I'll have a nice quote about related to writing literacy. So I introduced this quote by Toni Morrison: if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. Always remember that about being creative. So what are some of the difficulties we face when it comes to this? One of them has to do with language itself. It's in the sense that you have to develop a specific competence to communicate your academic text. There is also this issue about the social conventions that we have to understand. There are some sort of conventions about the style. So do you write the article using the APA style? Do you write the article using another style? What are the conventions that are required when you want to submit your thesis, or you want to submit a paper, or you want to submit a presentation like this one today? And there's, of course, that the assessment, in the sense of we have to deal with peer review. Articles are peer reviewed. Conference presentations are peer reviewed. And then there are some of the social linguistic markers that are akin and are germane to academic literacies. There are certain structures that we favor when we talk, and certain structures we favor when we write. There are certain patterns for text construction. And then there is, of course, all the academic registers that we use when we write and we use when we speak. So it's important here when we talk about academic literacies, and I will bring that up a little bit in a few minutes. We're not just talking about writing. We're talking about a more holistic sense of everything that we do as academics, including, for example, this, giving a talk, or preparing your PowerPoint, or writing an article, or preparing an abstract. That's all part of the academic literacy exercise. But we also have to understand academic literacies as something I like to say it's artificial. Not artificial because it's fake, or not artificial in the sense of that it's authentic or real. No, I say artificial in the sense that it's not something that is completely natural to our language development. That if you think about language and literature development as historical and anthropological events, and that's why I like to use that the backdrop of a cave painting. That as a species, as who we are, we have been involved with literacy for tens of thousands of years. But writing and academic literacies in particular, the academic discourse, is a very recent event when it comes to the development of our society. That we have been doing writing for 40,000 years, but we've only been doing academic writing for a few centuries. So when you start putting this in the developmental, in that historical perspective, that begins to explain some of the struggles we still face when we are encountering academic text. It's because it's not in our DNA to write academic papers. It's something we have to really make an effort to really understand. It's not natural in the sense that that's not how we start writing. It's not natural because that's not the sense of how we start speaking. That's not how we start reading. We come to reading, we come to writing, we come to speaking through other means and through other contexts. The academic context that has this is more artificial in the sense that we really have to get there and really make an effort to understand it. Once you put that in that perspective, the first thing that happens is that you are less hard on yourself for, say, not understanding or for the struggles that come with this. And at the same time, it gives you a perspective that this is a long process. And in that sense, we need to start thinking of academic literacy as something that is scaled up and scaffolded. That we need to be gradually introduced to those registers. That there has to be a sense of how we appropriate those conceptual and practical tools for communication and how we develop academic discourse. So this is something that we have to go step by step, scaled up, and we have to go from easier work to more complex work, and there has to be a lot of support in terms of language and in terms of formal recognition of the styles and formal recognition of the genres. So let's start with the second point, and it's how we start conceptualizing this idea of academic literacy discovery. And I provide a second quote. I'll quote by Hemingway: "We're all apprentices in a craft where no one ever becomes a master." And recognizing that when it comes to academic literacies, it's in many ways is liberating, knowing that we're always learning, that no matter how many papers you publish or how many presentations you carry out, you're still learning the craft. So I start by introducing a 3-point framework for the discovery process. One first element is going to be this ideological model of literacy as initially proposed by Ryan Street, where we say literacy practice, literacy events are social. They're contextualized, they're situated. Where I am matters in terms of how I deal with that language. And it's not something that I can separate from social linguistic issues. I cannot separate it from social issues. It's highly connected. Everything that's going on today in the country has an effect on how I start thinking my work as an academic and how I start developing my academic literacies. And I understand this as an epistemological issue. That is understanding the nature of how I create knowledge. And from that understanding, I can create instrumental proposals to help improve those elements of academic discourse. That which leads me to the second point, which is the idea of discourse. In the idea of big D and little d discourse that Jim G proposed back in the day, where there is an element of discourse that is the macro. There are certain elements of discourse that correspond to the larger fields to which we belong. So there are some elements of discourse that belong to the larger field like TESOL, or the larger field like applied linguistics, or larger field like literacy. And then there is the little d, which is the lower scale social and individual elements where we, in the small communities to which we belong, we play with language. Then there is, of course, the notion of academic literacies. And there we go back into that discussion of epistemology. that academic literacies are not skills, are epistemological events that determine how I write and how I communicate. That I understand that there are power relations, and I understand that I want to develop multiple communicative practices. And I like that last part where it says, including genres, fields, and disciplines. Just I need 1 minute. I'm going to show the camera in 10 seconds. My apologies for that. So the second element of this framework it goes back to the notion of the pedagogy of multiliteracies. So back to the initial works of the New London Group and the more recent iterations from Bill Cope and Mary Calancis, among others. When we talk about these knowledge processes and that the transformation of classroom practice, when we start by experiencing what we know and what we don't know, and from the experiencing we go into the conceptualization by calling it and by playing with theory, then we go into a process of analysis, functional analysis, critical analysis, which leads finally to a process of application that is appropriate and is creative. When I think about the pedagogy of multiliteracies, in this particular case of the discovery, it's the sense of we need to tackle academic literacies in a very different vein. That there has to be formal instruction, but there also has to be a sense of how I become myself acquainted with the overall discourse. And that leads me to the two examples I'm going to share with you this morning. And one more quote, this one by Anne Lamott. And I like this quote, almost all good writing begins with terrible first efforts. You need to start somewhere. And one of the big lessons I want you to draw from this talk today is exactly that. Not being afraid of making the effort, not being afraid of writing that paper or giving that talk or doing that PowerPoint presentation, of going, or like some of the students who are and some of the younger presenters are coming today, you're making an effort. And that's important because every effort you make in the construction of the academic discourse helps you improve. And every effort you make helps you overcome the potential feelings of the stage fright that sometimes we face, or the fear of speaking in front, or the fear of writing and sending it out so people take a look at it and they give you a review. We have to start somewhere. And again, all this is when you talk about discovery, I'm also talking about how all of this is a journey. Academic literacies, above everything, is a journey. It's a journey that takes a lifetime. So we're always learning. We're always trying to figure it out. We always have to start with a terrible first effort, whether it's our first paper or the 100th. It doesn't really matter. So let me ask you a question. How easy or how difficult is it for you to explain concepts in your own words? I'm not talking here citing authors to support the definition or using the definition that someone else wrote. I'm asking the question here. The question here is, how easy or how difficult is it for you to do this? And think about it. You can think about it mentally on a scale from 1 to 5. From 1 is a piece of cake, to 5 it's climbing the Everest. And put it somewhere in the middle and start thinking about that for a few seconds while I sip my coffee. And it's very likely that for some of you, this was not an easy thing. Internalizing concepts I'm using and putting them in my own words is never an easy effort. It's never an easy thing to do. And with my research team, we face that problem. The problem of having difficulties in explaining the concepts we're using in our research in their own words. And that's when I decided to go and look for the possibility of micro-writing as that sense of conceptual ownership. Conceptually, when I talk about micro-writing, I'm talking about this very short forms of writing that show information very quickly. That can help build confidence in the academic discourse. Of course, the micro-writing that we do is not something that is going to take 3 to 10 minutes to complete as the second quote, but if you use it in a class, it's going to be something very quick. But it's something quick that helps people internalize ideas. We needed this because as our research was evolving, we started noticing that the students were not internalizing the concepts. And that's when we created this little publication we have that is called the LSLP micropapers. And I have there the 4 banners that we have created since we started writing the micropapers in 2014. And as I was preparing the presentation, I went back to look at the banners, and again, thinking in terms of academic discourse and the evolution, and I was like, wow, we have really come a long way in the design. The design starts looking more crisp, and it starts looking more refined, and you can see that also that growth in the micropapers. So what are the micropapers? It's our great literature series. So it's our great literature publication that we drew inspiration from our colleagues at the Center for Intercultural Dialogue. It's a primer, so it's a very short document with concepts and theories that we use in our research. Up to date, since we started in 2014, we have published already 81 micropapers. And we have a few of those featuring scholars from the United States and the United Kingdom. So one very quick shameless plug. The LSLP micropapers is a publication where we primarily publish, but it's open to submissions from colleagues from anywhere in the world. So what I'm saying is, if someone from the crowd is interested in some things related to literacy and wants to propose a micropaper to publish in our website, we will be happy to host it. So it's not just for our researchers. It's an expectation for our researchers to do this, but we welcome students and scholars from everywhere to contribute micropapers if they so desire. We have a particular goal for next year, and it's to reach 100. Why 2022? Why 100? Because next year we celebrate our first decade as a research lab. So it's kind of I'm hoping that it will be part of our celebration. Now, this is what a micropaper looks like. This is actually the last micropaper, and I just took a screenshot of that. And you can see it has the banner, it has the title, it has the information about the presenters, the authors of the, and then there are three sections. One section is called defining the term. There, you're going to have a working definition of the concept. It's very short, so it cannot be more than 2 or 3 paragraphs. There is one big ground rule: is you cannot include citations or quotations. So whatever you write here, it has to be your own words. Then there is a second section. It's called connecting it to LSLP, and it's the way where the writer tells us, okay, this connects to some of the research we're doing, this and this and this way. Then there is one last section that is called expanding second language research, where we link this to our specific field, which is second language studies, TESOL, ELT. And then references, we say between 2 or 3 references, just to show that you did your homework. One thing we started doing since micropaper 44 was hyperlink. So you can see a lot of text in green right here. So those are hyperlinks to previous micropapers, just to show how the micropapers are threaded and they're connected and linked to each other. So let's go back to that little infographic, the little wheel infographic, and see how this process works in the micropapers. So when I go into experiencing, there is a period of time where all of the researchers, whether they're undergrads or the master students, they get introduced to the research process and to literacy theory. And then we talk about the idea of writing a synthesis. So how to be able to shrink the idea into 2 or 3 paragraphs. Then we talk about the conceptualizing, and we go into this triad of intention, meaning, design that I propose for multimodal text. That it works for any text. It's a notion of who you want to write it for, what do you want to say, and what resources do you need. And then you propose a micropaper. So you suggest. Sometimes I propose a micropaper. Sometimes I ask the grad students to write a micropaper based on their thesis. All the micropapers we have, they come from a need to write basis. So it's like, okay, we need a concept, and we're playing with this concept, we need a micropaper. And then the analysis process includes the whole write-up of the micropaper, the peer review. So there are on average, 2 or 3 rounds of revisions. Especially the first endeavor of the micropaper, some writers can go to 3 drafts until it's finally ready, which is a way to get familiarized with the learning curve of academic writing. That sense of the gradual process of learning to write. And then the application part includes the final edits, where we go back and forth. Once we have a version that I have done some edits and the author or the authors like, then we're good to go. We take it to the website, and then we announce it on Twitter, we announce it on Instagram, we announce it on Facebook that we have one more publication. Now, the second moment, it's something that we have been doing more and more recently, which is getting involved in the genre of academic conferences. Understanding conferences as an academic genre. That sometimes we don't think about presentations, we think of genres and we only think about writing. But presenting at a conference is an academic genre. All of it, all around. And it goes back to the idea of academic literacies, of the sense of meaning making, identity, understanding that literacy processes are complex, they're dynamic, they're situated, and they include those power relations. So power relations also includes how to navigate, for example, review processes, how to navigate the communication of ideas to an audience, etc. When we think about the genre of academic conferences, first of all, I think about the proposals. Proposals are a very specific kind of genre of text. And a lot of novice researchers sometimes struggle is because they don't know what it looks like. So we never talk about that. We always talk about certain genres, even in writing classes, but we never talk about proposals. We never talk about presenting a conference paper and how different that is, for example, from presenting a thesis project. And this is something I've noticed, especially in the last few years that I've gone to some of the national conferences, that sometimes we have master students going to present their findings. They find their incredible research, and I have to give props to all the different master students I've encountered over the past 3 or 4 or 5 years, because they're coming with beautiful research, groundbreaking research. But we need to help them, we need to mentor them in recognizing the difference between presenting your thesis project at your defense and then taking that paper to ASOCOPY or to Research in Action 20 next year or any. So it's very different. And you can tell when you're presenting your thesis, but you're presenting your thesis as if you're defending your thesis. Defending your thesis and presenting your thesis are 2 very different events. Presenting a paper is very different from teaching a class. It's very different from the way I interact with my students. The way I interact with my students is very different from the way I interact when I'm giving a virtual plenary or when I'm giving an on-site plenary or when I'm giving a small concurrent session. It's very different. It's all about communication of your results. It's all about engaging with the audience and also overcoming the inevitable stage fright. How do you overcome the stage fright? How do you get mentally prepared to go in front of an audience? Are those things we talk about often? Are those things we tell students often? What do the more seasoned presenters we have, for example, that's an interesting question. What do some of the more seasoned scholars we have in Colombia, what do they do to get mentally ready? I heard in the introductory they mentioned Dr. Rigoberto Castillo, who's basically it's a focal point of reference for a lot of us in the country. What does Rigoberto do to get ready for a presentation? How does he overcome stage fright? And then think about the text and play in academic conferences. We have to write proposals, we have to write handouts, we have to write posters. And presenting a poster is very different. And that sounds obvious, but it's very different in terms of the communication and the discourse patterns from presenting a PowerPoint slide. And making a handout is not simply, or sometimes it goes beyond printing the PowerPoint slides in a document. The handout versus the poster versus the slide has a very different meaning, has a very different intention. Especially these days that you can do digital handouts or you can create a handout and put it on a QR code and share it and put it somewhere so people can see it. How are we navigating the different textual forms that make academic conferences? And that's where mentor texts become fundamental. Just to quickly put, a mentor text is any text that I can use as a way to find inspiration and develop my own writing. So we need a lot of modeling. I go back in my experience as a writer, and I improved my writing because I was exposed to mentor texts. And by mentor text, I mean not only the text I read, but also the drafts that my mentors shared with me. Okay, this is what a draft looks like. And look how imperfect it is. This is what a PowerPoint slide looks like, and this is how you do it, and this is how you present it. We need to be told those little things. And what we have right now, this is our Google Drive space, we have a database. So we have collected presentations that all of us have written over the past few years, and we just put them there on display. So whenever there's conference time, we can just go to the database and use that. So no one has to start writing a conference paper completely from scratch. And then we also decided to do a little bit of gamification. We do one of our research lines is on gaming literacies, but then we decided to play a little bit with the gamification. And within our group, within the Legion, we have 4 conferences that are our target conferences, the big 4. The ASOCOPI National Conference, the International Congress of Qualitative Inquiry, the LRA Annual Conference, and the ARA Annual Meeting. And the idea is that students, with my help initially, and then they start venturing to do things on their own, like for example in ASOCOPI, we already have that progression. Anybody who gets to present at those, we have 2 particular achievements. Anybody who presents at 3 of those, we make public recognition that they achieve, if they appear as co-authors in 3 of those 4, then we say that they achieved the hat trick. Anybody who gets to do the 4 over the course of the time at the LSLP, it's hard to say. I mean, it's very difficult for some of them to say they're going to co-author 4 papers in 1 calendar year. It's difficult, even for faculty members. It's difficult to keep such a consistent record of presentations in so many conferences. They achieve the Grand Slam. So this is important because the idea that there is a sense of, who can get to the hat trick, who can get to the Grand Slam, it generates a sense of not competition, but a sense of the challenge and the sense of accomplishment that students notice that this is happening. And one of the interesting things that the pandemic has brought for us is the breakthrough of virtual conferences, where now that we could overcome some of the hurdles of flying or paying hotel rooms, our team has seized the moment. And last year, we had a crazy breakthrough where we submitted for the International Symposium of Research in Foreign Language Teaching that our colleagues at Sur Colombiana and Tolima organize every year. We went wild, and before we knew it, we submitted 13 papers, which got accepted. And I think that's it's a really big breakthrough, because I cannot think of a lot of research teams in the country who can put together for one event such a number of presentations in such a short period of time. But this is one of the beautiful things about the virtuality. It's the possibility for young researchers to access conferences they couldn't access otherwise. And that's why I think that the virtual component of conferences may not go anywhere, because it has, sometimes if you miss the personal interaction that happens in a conference, there is also the access opportunities for people who may not otherwise be able to go. So just to start bringing it home, and we're just now starting to, as they say in the flights, we have started our descent. Let's talk a little bit about how academic literacies it should also be a source of community building. And I like this quote by Isaac Asimov, because it fits into that. I write for the same reason I breathe, because if I didn't, I would die. The academic work is an oxygen. Research is an oxygen. And we need to keep active doing the research and reading the research and engage in these academic processes from the very beginning, from early on. I would suggest don't wait until students have reached the last semester. No, if you can start working, developing this culture with students in the early semester, in the early grades, in the early semesters, especially in the case of our teacher education programs, if you can get students immersed in that culture from the moment they enter the program, there's going to be a moment that this becomes second nature to them. And for us, for the Literacy in Second Languages project, which is the research lab I run, and we have about 50 people involved in all the projects we have, where we have people working on community literacies and urban literacies, gaming and digital literacies, and school literacies. The process of writing and presenting is already part of our ethos. It's already part of what we do and who we are. And when we have to do this writing, especially, for example, the proposal writing, it becomes an academic event. So we are communicating, we talk about it, we share ideas. We do not abide by the traditional, say, value metrics that sometimes we see in the larger scale organizations, in the sense that everything we do counts and everything we do is important. Publishing a micro paper for the students is a major milestone for them. It's something that they're proud, and I've seen some of my students posting on Facebook and sharing with pride that they published their first micro paper. Presenting, now that they are presenting, for them, that's an important step in their progression. And that's how we sustain our individual and collective research. So it has come to a point, as I said, that we're presenting and writing is an expectation that we as a Legion, we want to create knowledge. So I think that's the important thing when we start doing these things, is we see ourselves as creators of knowledge. I think in the opening remarks, Maria Lucia was talking about that, how when we don't do research, we just simply reproduce knowledge. We don't create knowledge. Research is the way where that helps teachers create knowledge. The classroom needs to be a place to create knowledge, not simply replicate knowledge, or not simply adopt knowledge, but adapt, but create knowledge. That's what research does to us. And as we are engaged in academic literacies, and going back into the topic of the 2 days of work that you have, all this has created new models of mentoring. So we have two kinds of researchers, what we call the novice researchers, which are our undergrads, who are the undergrad students, the pre-service teachers, and then we have the advanced researchers, who are the in-service teachers, the master students, and the more experienced school teachers. Now the advanced researchers are becoming mentors in their own way, helping the novice researchers in the professional development, giving them tips, so when they go and start student teaching, when they go apply for a job, they know what to do. And I'm still working with them to help them become better mentors and to help them think about more advanced writing. So now some of them are starting to project articles for impact journals and book chapters of their own. While I'm still working with the novice researchers in their induction process in literacy. But as the team has grown, as the team has matured, an interesting side effect has been that we are really becoming that round table, like the Arthurian round table, where now those advanced researchers are mentoring me in terms of what's going on in schools, of the current dynamics in schools, because I'm a teacher educator. I have contact with schools, but I'm not teaching in a school. So the advanced researchers now mentor me about what I should do when I'm teaching my methods courses in my undergrad program. And they mentor me about what I should keep in mind when I'm working with the master students teaching my research classes. So mentoring becomes a process where we all participate, where at the same time, we can be mentors and mentees of each other. So as the leader of the project, I still have a particular position, but I don't see myself as the one who's had everything figured out. We're all figuring out together. And that also means that when we think about academic research and literacy, it's part of what we do, but we are more than that. We have created our structure of community spaces where we share information, where we think collectively about our well-being. So even in the sense of developing academic literacies, being concerned about the health, the physical or the mental health of the members of our community supersedes the need to write or the need to present or the need to publish. We believe that if we take care of each other, the academic stuff is going to get stronger because we are really a collective who thinks creatively as academics. So I'm going to leave you with one final thought about the things we do, and it's this lovely quote by Stephen King. He says writing, but I think it's not just writing, it's speaking and presenting, and it's all of that. And it's thinking about the real reasons why we publish, and thinking about the real reasons why we go to a conference, and thinking about the real reasons why we share our knowledge, think about the real reasons why we disseminate, real reasons that must transcend metrics, that must transcend rankings and classifications, and that is an add-on, but that cannot be the essence of the work we do with academics, and that cannot be the essence of the work that we do with our students. We are mentoring our students to think academically, to make it part of their exercise of teaching and part of their exercise of life, not simply to get the publications. Publications are important, but more important than publishing is knowing what we publish and for whom. Rethinking academic literacies implies rethinking our very job as academics and thinking about I always like to go back to the idea of critical literacy and critical theory, thinking about our social responsibilities with the field that we serve. So on behalf of the LSLP Legion that I lead, all these wonderful, I never get tired of saying that, the incredible scholars that I work with, young teachers, more veteran teachers, I want to express my gratitude. I heard somebody say once that you can never go wrong if you have puppies in a slide. So I decided to take that advice, and that's what I have a quick picture of Connor McLeod and Duncan McLeod, who happen to be the charter members of a little faction at LSLP that we affectionately call the LSL Pets, because pets are a very important part of academic work. If you have pets, they are part of your academic endeavors, and they actually sometimes help you write better. So on behalf of Connor and Duncan, and on behalf, of course, of the LSLP Legion, I want to thank everybody for being here this morning. I was looking quickly some of the comments that you were posting, and we'll probably have time to engage with those questions. But once again, my gratitude for inviting me to be part of this event. To the rest of the presenters who are coming after me, Godspeed, best of luck today. Look forward to whatever else you're going to be showing the world in months and years to come. So once again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Berry, for such a wonderful presentation. Took notes like crazy. I definitely find your work very inspiring for all of us teacher educators who love research and who want to help our students love research. So definitely we have time for questions. So we're going to start with some that are already on the comments. So our Dean, Carlo Granados, asks, can we start the teaching learning of this academic literacy since the first English levels, basic? If so, how?
Well, the answer is absolutely. And I mean, absolutely, yes, please. So this is a two-part answer. Absolutely, yes, please. How? I'd say, first of all, by exposing them. The power of mentor text. Mentor texts are really, really important. And I make a quick reference to my initial experience as a writer, and some of them go back to grad school. And I remember very well that we were struggling with writing, and my advisor at the time, Professor Clift, she just said, you know what? She just sent us a link with a Google document she was working on. This is a draft I wrote. It's still in rough shape, but when she sent us the draft, it was like, oh, it was kind of liberating, refreshing to see that the draft had typos and the draft had annotations and the draft wasn't perfect, because and it's important, if you're going to show mentor texts from the beginning, show them also what text in preparation look like. I always argue that there is nothing more misleading than a published article. I always say there is nothing more misleading than a published article, because they look very pretty. Research articles, I mean, publications they look beautiful. The outlook, the presentation, the layout is beautiful. But that's what happens after Photoshop. Show me the picture before Photoshop. Show me what the draft looked like. Because when we have the younger researchers looking at the articles, they're intimidating. I remember looking at those when I was a student. I was like, oh my God, when am I gonna ever be able to do that? Because they're intimidating. But if somebody had showed me, oh look, this is what a draft looks like. When I saw that, I remember that moment when I was studying as a master's student. I saw that, like, it was liberating, because it's like, oh, so I can make a lot of mistakes at first, and that's gonna get better. That could sound obvious, but for our younger learners, it isn't. Sometimes they come to the classes with the expectation that they must be ready by the end of the course to have something at the level that their professors published in our journals, who published in GIST or Profile or How or Applied Linguistics Journal. No, we also had to walk that journey, but we're not showing that journey. And that's the big problem I have, and I think we need to really tackle, is that, yes, we're giving students the mentor text that is polished, but let's show them the mentor text that looks bad. Yes, show them the diamonds, but also show them the coal, and show them how the coal under pressure became the diamond. Show them the journey, and I think that answers Carlos' question. From the very beginning, if we expose them to imperfect text, and we show them how the imperfect text becomes something perfected, maybe it's not perfect, but it's perfected, because that's the other thing that we have to be really cautious about. We can show them text and say, this text is not perfect. It was perfected, but it's not perfect. Because even if you go back and you look at your publications, and I do this from time to time, I go back and look at my papers in 2004 or 2001, I'm like, okay, I still was kind of rough under the edges, wasn't I? But I think that it's part of the journey. Show your students the things you wrote when you started early in your career. Show them your latest work, and expose them to those kinds of texts from the very beginning, from the first course. Don't wait until they are Don't wait until they have reached C1 to start doing academic work. That's too late. Get them used to the academic literacies from the very beginning. So they internalize, as I said in the presentation, academic literacy is not something natural. It's not in our DNA. That's not how we write. How we write in our DNA, we go to the wall, we grab a crayon, we go to the wall and we start painting. That's our DNA. Writing articles, it's something we really have to make an effort to internalize. So the sooner you start in our teacher preparation program, the sooner we get students exposed to academic literacies, the more successful they're going to be when they get out of the programs.
Definitely. Thank you so much. You're talking kind of about that analogy of the iceberg, where we're just showing them the tip of the iceberg, but below that, there's a lot of process going on. And probably that's why our students are so scared when they come to academic courses at the end of their major, like academic writing or research writing, etc. Right? Okay, so
yeah.
There's another question by Carlo in the same line. Maybe you want to expand a little bit on the mentor text there. It says, are mentor text sort of the text we use in genre writing?
Yes. One of the big problems, and this is something I can even go back and, with the retrospective, the Throwback Thursday kind of thing. I look back at I'm actually thinking of my very first publication in 1999. It was actually project work and writing skills. And one of the things I did there was actually use mentor texts as the previous step to get engaged with the writing. So because every genre has very specific conventions. Writing a sonnet, let's talk about poetry for a second, just to make it. Writing a sonnet is a very different thing from writing a haiku. And a haiku is a very different thing from a slam poem. But if we tell the students, write a haiku, if you ask me to write a haiku, I'm probably gonna have a big blank stare at you, and the first question I'm gonna ask you is, what's a haiku? And the second question is, what does it look like? If you show them what it looks like, and I do slam poetry in my methods course, I do slam poetry with my students. And the first time I mentioned that, they're like, what is that? Why? And then we talk, and before they even start writing, we spend a certain amount of time going through examples. And the mentor text, I show them slam poetry from the big performers that we know, the legends of this urban hip hop influenced genre. But I also show them what their classmates did, what their compadres did. So they can see what the pros do, but they can also see what their classmates do. Because again, just the mentor text, it's text that they can see as, okay, this is what it should look like, and this is what it looks like when you take it when you tackle it for the first time. So you can say, oh, we're gonna write blogs, okay? So show them very good blogs, but also show them student blogs. If you have colleagues in a school and having their students make a blog, give them a link to the blog so they know this is what amateur writers do when they blog, and this is what professional writers do when they blog, and you're going to be somewhere in the middle. But I cannot expect to write any genre. And even in academic writing, there are very different genres. Writing a peer-reviewed article is a very different animal from writing a book chapter. And writing a book chapter is very different from, let's say, putting together an edited volume. And it's very different from writing a monograph. An undergraduate thesis is very, very different from writing a master's thesis. And a master's thesis is very different from writing a dissertation. They're different genres. I mean, you don't know. A thesis and a dissertation are very different. They're the same style, terminal work, so they fall within a category, terminal work, that has very particular characteristics. But the process of writing a dissertation It's like, no, this is like, I mean, no matter how big it is, this is still Godzuki and this is Godzilla. And they're two different dinosaurs. They relate to each other, but Godzuki and Godzilla are two different things. And I'm not diminishing the value of the master's thesis. I mean, those are very important breakthrough pieces, but they have their own rules. And expecting those rules to be transferable, some things are transferable, some things aren't. And in the mentor text process, we also need to show them what's transferable from across genres and what are things that are unique to that genre, and expose them to that. And there should be explicit, overt instruction. Like, you can show them the examples. Yes, you can show the mentor text, but the mentor text without the formal instruction on how to tackle the writing process for that particular genre is going to fall flat. But every genre needs mentor texts. And again, I'm talking about even speaking. In speaking, giving a keynote is very different from giving a regular presentation. And that's very different from giving a TED Talk. And some of those, they necessarily don't, some things you can say, yeah, there are some things I can do as a TED Talk when I give in a plenary, but there are some things I cannot do as a TED Talk when I give in a plenary. As there are things you can do that you can say, okay, a TED Talk is kind of like a keynote, but it isn't. So what's the difference? What are the key differences between TED Talks, concurrent sessions, keynotes? And I say keynotes, including keynotes as part of the genre, because at some point, one of your students is going to be given the keynote at this event. It's not going to be me. It's going to be another one of your students could be the keynote speaker at the incoming event. Get them ready for that. That is not, it's not that once you get to the prophet, yeah. But we have very talented students who could be able to give a keynote if we prepare them, if we mentor them, if we give them the right amount of scaffolding. So it's that every genre requires that we know exactly what we're up against. If we don't know what we're up against, we're not going to succeed. And preparation is key when it comes to academic literacies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for those wonderful reflections. We have a very interesting question from another of our professors. Professor Nidia says, while many college students are still in the process of mastering foundational literacy skills in L1, as it is the case of many students registered in academic Spanish classes, they are also beginning to experience the demands of achieving college readiness in L2, as it is the case of ÚNICA students. How to deal with such challenge with a reasonable expectation?
Don't treat them as separate events. That is my first, that would be my quick answer. I'm going to go back quickly to, once again, to the opening remarks by Maria Lucia. And Maria Lucia went back and forth in her talk. She started in Spanish, she switched back to English, and she started switching back and she did the back and forth a couple of times. We seem to have a problem that we treat the academic literacies in L1 as something that is completely different from academic literacies in L2. We treat them as two completely separate and completely distinct and completely unrelated events. And that's problematic because there are a lot of things that, if you have concurrent processes, the two languages are playing together. Like, I'm thinking I'm kind of going back into some ideas, there's a discussion in translanguaging, translanguaging theory, that they pose that. It's, don't treat those things as completely distinct events or completely isolated events. If the students are mastering foundational skills in the L1, and those are things that you can connect with each other. There are metacognitive elements to writing that transcend the code. There are some metacognitive elements of writing that I can move back and forth. Yes, I need to understand that there are some, let's say, some logistical differences between writing in Spanish and writing in English. There are some logistical aspects of presenting in Spanish versus presenting in English. But there are some elements that it's still an academic text, it's still an academic environment. So there are some stylistic differences, but some of the essentials are still the same. So I would say do not isolate the events and develop better communication across those two languages. Your students use the two languages all the time, sometimes at the same time. Why are we compartmentalizing them in the curriculum. Maybe what we need to think is how we start developing, if we're talking about bilingualism, and we're talking about a real vision of bilingualism, it has to be integrative. It cannot be compartmentalized, it has to be integrated, it has to be holistic. It has to bring all of those languages and all the languaging processes that your students are involved in. Because it's not just developing, it's not simply the text, it's actually everything else that we do with the text. So I would say do not isolate them, integrate them, and start having those conversations to bring the curriculum closer together. The L1 and the L2 are two different languages, but they're not two completely isolated events. We're talking about fixing a bicycle versus playing the cello. We're still talking about languages. They're still connected.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those reflections. Now we have a comment from Maria Lucia, our president. So she applauds the idea of perfection versus perfectible. And so that's wonderful. So, well, definitely you have brought us to reflect about very important issues as mentors, but also as mentees, presenting this idea of learning from our students, their experience in schools, etc. So wonderful. Thank you very much. We're very happy that you joined us for this plenary session in Research in Action in its 19th version. And we hope it's not the last time we have you around.
That would be lovely. And once again, thank you for inviting me. And again, I always have a lot of fun memories of working with colleagues at ÚNICA, especially because from the very beginning, Maria Lucia and everybody has been very friendly and very open to listening to my suggestions and ideas. So I appreciate being part of the event this time around. Hopefully next time we'll be once it happens in person, I'll be able to go to Bogota and we can exchange more and more ideas. But thank you everybody for the questions, for the attention, for giving me more to think about, because a lot of what I talk today is going to go back to my research lab anyway. Okay. So I appreciate that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'm going to leave you with one of my students in the Research 2 class, Jonathan Estrada, who will introduce our next speaker, Sofia Sanchez. Jonathan, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing fine. Today, we're going to have critical media literacy, analysis of tendencies towards its implementation with Sofia Sanchez, who is a 10th semester student from Institución Universitaria Colomboamericana ÚNICA. In 2015, she graduated from Colegio de la Consolación. She studied English for 5 years at the Centro Colomboamericano in Bogota. In 2019, she was also part of this institution, working as a junior teacher and helping out in the different support units. Furthermore, in 2020, she was a co-teacher in the English and science areas at the Colegio La Felicidad. So, Sophie, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm grateful for it. As Jonathan said, I will be explaining about critical media literacy and some tendencies. I'm going to share my screen. Wait a minute. I don't know if you can see it right now. I think so. Yeah. Okay, so let's start. So again, good morning, everyone. This is my presentation about critical media literacy, analysis of tendencies towards its implementation. Well, as an introduction, we have that this study aims to explore the approach of critical media literacy in depth, along with its advantages and contributions for the teaching and learning domains. One important consideration is that critical media literacy is not a very widespread notion in Colombian education, and few educators have implemented it in their teaching practice. Additionally, the approach is practical for language educators since it enriches the learning process and it provides an alternative language approximation. This was a documentary research because it attempted to generate consciousness and spread awareness about the implementation of this approach. And finally, as a researcher, I was interested about the influence that media has and how its analytical instruction could be incorporated for learning purposes. In the problem statement, we have that, according to Gutierrez, the approach is barely implemented for language learning practices. This is because of the lack of familiarization that teachers have with the approach and also the absence of this component within the learning curriculum. Educators feel more comfortable with pre-established techniques rather than with new ones, which also exhibits the lack of reliability that they have with the approach. Also, Denise pointed out that critical media literacy has a difficult path winning full acceptance in schools. This is because the incorporation of the approach represents a curriculum adjustment, since it requires preparation, time, and sources. Because of this, some academic organisms prefer to maintain their traditional practices, and they perceive that critical media literacy is not as fundamental as other methods. Likewise, Rahimi and Ascari mentioned that the lack of educators' attention about this practice influences the learner's development. This is because teachers tend to overlook the inclusion of critical media literacy because it has a high level of skepticism, and they don't provide opportunities for learners to be engaged with the approach, and students cannot get the benefits from it. On the other hand, Segerini emphasizes that there's a division between analytical and linguistic competences. This is because within the EFL context, some educators tend to focus their attention only in the development of the foreign language skills, and they leave aside the critical component. Unfortunately, they haven't realized about the importance of incorporating these two components together. And finally, also Gutierrez mentions that the scarcity of critical media literacy is no exception in Colombian education, and this is because the approach has not been sufficiently explored in our country. With that being said, we have some research questions. The main question for this research was, which are the tendencies that are present in different research studies regarding the implementation of critical media literacy? And as for research questions, we have, which are the teaching approaches and methodologies that are present in different investigations about the implementation of this approach? Which are the benefits that are evidenced in the selected research studies concerning the incorporation of critical media literacy? And which are the limitations that are exhibited in the research documents in relation to the critical media literacy incorporation? There are also research objectives. The main objective is to analyze the tendencies that are present in different research studies regarding the implementation of critical media literacy. And as a specific objectives, we have to determine the teaching approaches and methodologies to identify the benefits and also to identify the limitations that were evidenced in the different research studies, all of this in relation to the critical media literacy incorporation. The theoretical framework is divided into four major concepts. The first concept is critical pedagogy. Dugan, Johnson, Leher, and Balbus and Baird talked about the purpose of critical pedagogy, which is to guarantee social justice and to avoid any type of inequality. Also, Kubebach and McLaren pointed out the transformation that critical pedagogy has, because with this, learners have the opportunity to discuss social issues that are part of their contexts. And Quintleo and also McLaren highlighted the high level of involvement that critical pedagogy implies, because with this, students need to take action in order to be agents of social transformation. The second concept is critical literacy, which has a kind of resemblance with critical media literacy. According to Masaida, Washington, and Lawrence, critical literacy has to do with the examination of written forms of media in order to know their messages and intentions. Also, Waricam, Atsala, and Michali pointed out that critical literacy helps individuals to realize about the influence that these written forms of media have. Then we have critical media literacy, or briefly CML, which is the core of this investigation. There are different denotations about this concept. It is considered as an approach, as a method, and as a practice, but for this particular study it was considered as an approach because of its pedagogical implications. One important characteristic of CML is that it empowers individuals in order to be agents of transformation and also to avoid the manipulation that media has. And according to Kendler, Sher, and from Mainz, critical media literacy represents an innovation for both teaching and learning. Finally, we have critical thinking, which has to do with the development of high-order thinking skills, decision-making, and problem-solving abilities. Critical thinking helps students to have a better understanding of the reality so that they can become open-minded individuals based on purpose, right, and values and virtues. Now we have the research methodology. The type of research was qualitative. The research design was a documentary one. For the corpus, I selected 30 research studies in different EFL and ESL contexts, and the data analysis procedure was a thematic analysis in order to gather the information and analyze it. These were the 30 research studies that I selected in order to conduct the analysis. Now, in the analysis and discussion section, we have three major categories that emerge, which are skills development, contextual challenges, and pedagogical innovation. Each one of them has some subcategories that I'm going to get into. The first column is for skills development. First, we have social awareness skills. Some of the researchers pointed out that with critical media literacy, students were able to be conscious about the influence that media has, because media can influence significantly people's way of perceiving and also their way of acting. Also, the students mentioned that with critical media literacy, they saw how media portrays social injustice and different inequalities, and because of this, they had an active participation in order to be agents of social transformation. Then we have critical thinking skills. The researchers also highlighted that they evidenced a significant improvement in the cognitive abilities that students had, and they also saw how learners created their own meanings in order to use them inside and outside of the classroom. Then we have the development of communicative skills. This was within the EFL context. The researchers mentioned that it was possible to combine the critical and linguistic components together, and they saw a growth on both areas during the students' learning process. One important thing is that I included other types of literacies that are closely related with critical media literacy. Global literacy has to do with the examination of global social phenomena that occurs in different parts of the world. Second, digital literacy has to do with the analysis of different types of media that we encounter in our daily lives. And third, transmedia literacy is concerned with the level of media's consumption that each individual has. The second column is for contextual challenges. First, we have the low language proficiency. This was also within the EFL context. The researchers pointed out that this factor can interfere with the development of SCML interventions because not all students had the same level of language proficiency. And also learners pointed out that for them it was difficult to express their ideas, especially in the target language, with this critical focus. Then we have the lack of teachers' familiarization. As I mentioned at the beginning, teachers are not familiarized with the approach and they don't know how to instruct students with it. So this disencouraged the inclusion of critical media literacy into their teaching. And also, for some teachers, the planning sessions were quite challenging because they didn't know how to construct the lessons, and there were also subjects that were difficult to address, not only for students but also for teachers, such as sexual discrimination and political beliefs. Then we have classroom environment. This one is important because the context is going to influence significantly the development of the approach. It's not the same to teach in a public setting rather than in a private one. The populations varied drastically, and the availability of sources was not the same. The third concept is pedagogical innovation. First, we have the integration of pedagogical traditions. One important aspect to keep in mind is that incorporating critical media literacy does not imply to dismiss any other traditional practice, but rather to combine them in order to provide a better and more complete instruction for students. Also, we have the learner-centered approach. CML focuses the attention on the development of the students, and the teacher is more like a facilitator. So in the different interventions, the students had the opportunity to work on cooperative learning, and they also developed critical autonomy. Something important is that it is necessary to provide opportunities for learning with the approach, because if students are not given those, they cannot get the benefits out of it. And finally, we have the cross-curricular work. Most of the researchers, for not saying all of them, made an emphasis that critical media literacy needs to be an official component within the learning curriculum and not taken as an alternative practice because of the multiple benefits that it possesses. Now, in the findings session, we have first that the implementation of critical media literacy is necessary for educational practices. This is because it fosters the social, critical, and linguistic components, and it also encourages social transformation that is really needed. Secondly, we have that CML is fundamental for instructing and preparing learners to be critical and conscious of today's society. This is important because with critical media literacy, students are able to analyze, reflect, and evaluate different aspects of their social contexts. And this can help them in the future because they will have a more globalized society. Third, we have that critical interventions deserve more attention in EFL education. This is because there's not enough research about this topic, especially within the EFL context, and it should be taken into consideration because of the development of the critical and linguistic components. And finally, we have that critical media literacy provides a new conceptualization of traditional literacy in a wider perspective of it. It's not only the ability to read and write, but also to go beyond of what is expected and to unveil the hidden messages that are within media. Now, in conclusions to the research questions, we have three major tendencies. The first one is that the incorporation of critical media literacy is considered pertinent to work on the students' development of different areas, such as the social development, the critical thinking development, and in EFL context, the linguistic component. Also, we have that this approach is suitable for the students' preparation to be agents of social transformation. The idea is to empower students so that they can change social injustice. The second tendency was that within the EFL context, it was noticeable the intention of incorporating this practice. However, there were factors that made it difficult to do so, such as the low language level of proficiency, the lack of teacher familiarization, and the context. So it's really important to keep those factors in mind at the moment of incorporating critical media literacy. And the final tendency was that the implementation of critical media literacy remodels conventional techniques so as to enhance analytical instruction and to provide multiple opportunities for learning. This is because it is an innovative approach and also because it provides like a different approximation for both teaching and learning. Well, finally, I gave some recommendations in case if a teacher wants to incorporate CML into their teaching. The first one is their learners' prior knowledge. It is important to know where the students are in order to introduce the approach and also to know with which topics they are familiar with. Second, we have the early exposure. Some of the researchers that I consulted worked with children and the interventions were successful. So if students are exposed since a very young age to critical media literacy, they are going to have a more effective advancement in the future during their learning process. Then we have the selection of topics. Teachers need to be really careful with the topics that they select because not all topics are going to be suitable. So it depends on the population that they are working with. Three aspects to keep in mind within the EFL context are first, the student's language proficiency. Not all students are going to have the same level, so it is important that educators design lessons in which the approach is incorporated, but mostly that all the learners' needs are fulfilled. Secondly, we have the availability of sources. If educators don't have access to technological sources, they can implement other types of tools, such as public advertisements, magazines, and even papers that students can analyze. And then we have class time and space. It's really important to have the sufficient amount of time and also an appropriate environment that both teachers and students can carry out the CML interventions. And the most significant recommendation of this study was the imperative incorporation of critical media literacy into the curriculum because it needs to be an official component and not work in isolated sections. Although critical media literacy is still a new approach, it represents a significant contribution for the educational field. Thank you so much. Santi, you're on.
Yeah. Sophie, thank you for such a great presentation. I think this is a pivotal topic in this 21st century. And we have a question for you. Do you think at UNICA we implement critical media literacy? If so, how?
Yeah, I think so. In the social component that ÚNICA has, they implement critical media literacy. There are different subjects in which different students have had the opportunity to be engaged with this approach, such as intercultural communication, language, culture, and identity, and different other subjects in which this approach is incorporated. And it's because we had the opportunity to analyze different social media content in order to talk about social issues that are really important to know and are really important to discuss, especially because of our formation as future teachers. So I definitely think that ÚNICA implements CML.
Great. Now we have, I think, another question for you. What importance do you give to teachers' ability in critical thinking teaching?
Okay, I would say that teachers have a significant responsibility in this type of approaches, because aside from the challenges that I presented, I think that one important thing is that teachers need to be aware and conscious about the topics that need to be addressed, especially for the students' learning process, because sometimes some teachers try to hide or to not giving enough importance to some themes, and they try to oppress not only the importance of the topics but also the voice of students. So I think it is important to be aware of the topics that are important for the students, and also to have that critical development in terms of abilities and to instruct students with it. So the idea is to combine them in order to provide a better instruction.
Okay, so now we have a comment from Francisco, and he said, considering your research experience together with the findings which emerge from this comprehensive study, how do you think this will contribute to you becoming a more active agent of transformation for your country?
Okay, so I think this is an interesting question, because I think that we can contribute all of us, as future teachers, because being agents of social transformation implies to take active participation, and I think that we can take it as instructing the students not only with the approach but also with the importance of talking about these things. And I think that all of us, all teachers, have this like essence within us in order to contribute to change society, especially because the situation that is happening today in our country. We need to be able to recognize which are the aspects that are happening in our context, and to be able to transmit that knowledge into our students. So the transformation and the change starts from us, and we should take that into consideration at the moment of going to a classroom or an institution and instructing students. And so that's it.
Okay, I highly agree with you. And we have a comment with a question from Professor Nidia, and it says, thank you, Sophia. You mentioned social awareness skills. Have you reflected on this element of your research while facing the social upheavals around us?
Yes, actually, while I was doing the research, I was not aware of different topics that the researchers addressed. And I think that when we are doing things like this, we recognize our weaknesses, and we recognize that we are not well notable in terms of different things. So I think it's really important to develop these social awareness skills, because as I was saying, not all of us are conscious about different things that are taking place in our country. So I think that it is really important to be informed about all of the things that are happening, and in order to be good teachers in the future.
Yes, that's very important. And finally, from Jasmine, we have, do you feel about teaching CML in your current or future teaching practice? How do you feel?
Okay, I would say that personally, I have some foundations in order to implement CML, but I'm not an expert because it requires preparation and also experience. And I think that I will implement it in my future teaching in order to instruct students with it, in order to raise their level of social and critical consciousness, and to work on their development of their linguistic development. And I think that it should, and it is a good approach to implement. So I think that even though I haven't implemented yet, I think that it will be great to work with students with this.
Great, Sophie. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to invite you to read the comments because people wrote beautiful things for you. I think this is a very interesting topic. It was an enriching and enlightening study. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Bye,
Okay.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Well, we have some slight change in the agenda. The next speaker had some technical problems, so we are going to go on a recess until 10, and then at 10, we'll continue with our agenda. We apologize for the inconvenience, and we hope to see you at 10.
Welcome back. After this snack time, where we continue with our mentoring research in bilingual learning and teaching. And it is a total pleasure for me to introduce Professor Rigoberto Castillo, who has been my mentor also, and who has a very strong link with the university. Professor Rigoberto Castillo holds a PhD and a master's from the University of Texas at Austin. He has been a professor at the Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas. He has been a guest lecturer at the master's program of Universidad de Caldas, Universidad de San Buenaventura in Cartagena, also a Fulbright scholar and a member of the research group from Formación de Educadores. Dr. Castillo received from Asociación Colombiana de Profesores de Inglés, ASOCOPI, the National Award Claire de Silva for his contributions to the profession. He has published several books and articles on language education and serves on the advisory committee and as reviewer of several scientific journals. It is a real pleasure and a real honor to introduce to you Professor Rigoberto Castillo. Sorry, I think the microphone is muted, Professor.
Yes. Can you see me and hear me well?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Good to see you again, Carlos. As every year, twice a year, I have the pleasure to go to ÚNICA. And there are some things in the biodata that I should have included. One of those is that I was a Colombo teacher for a couple of years. I was also a teacher trainer for other Colombos. And more importantly, I was the Colombo champion in ping pong, as you may remember, a few years back.
Clearly.
Used to play with the librarians, with all the staff, and I had the best memories of Colombo. And also, as you know, my daughter, Natalie, is an alumni from ÚNICA, and I see her working every day online and the enthusiasm that she has for the profession. So it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here, to be addressing to an audience of more than 70 people and share with you some of the experiences and some of the things that I do, that I have done for several years in the doctoral program, in the master's program, and the undergraduate program at Universidad Distrital and other universities. So I would like to start by referring to the previous presenters and speakers. We have discussed with Lucia and with Raúl and with the others the importance of formative research. And what I'm trying to do in this presentation is to do an approach that would be bottom-up. I'm going to show the resources, I'm going to show the things that I do, because Raúl already did the top-down approach. He showed us the global picture and the actions for achieving the goals as a mentor, as a teacher's teacher, all right? So that's the purpose of my presentation. This handout that I'm going to be presented will be available to all of the people here. I'm in Google Drive. You will receive a link to the Google Drive, and you can have access to all of the links and the resources that will be presented here. So you don't need to take notes, but I would suggest that as I talk and as I present, especially in the second part of the resources, you may want to try those resources in your own computer and play with it and some of the things that I will demonstrate. I'm very lucky to have more time than the previous speakers because of a contingency. So I'll be going for about 50 minutes and then I will entertain questions. So I'm going to share my screen. All right, Carlos, will you help me and tell me if you can see it? All right, share the screen. All right. Fine. So, Carlos, can you see my screen right now?
Yes, I can see your screen right now. Yes.
All right.
Right
So,
now we're
yeah, this is the
able to see
slide
slides.
of the event.
Yeah.
So I have given this presentation. I have decided to give it this title, Academic Advising of Formative Research Project, because most of the audience are teachers and student teachers who are connected or related to bilingual education and to undergraduate programs. And some of you, there are members of the faculty. So allow me to share some of the things that I have learned by experience, by talking to colleagues, and by doing an extensive work with them. At the end of the presentation, I bring a testimony from Diana Estefania Caicedo. So if you will please allow her to come in the room, in the last 10 minutes, she will basically discuss some of the things that we did when she took the research courses with me. So first of all, I want to tell you that this 4-page document collects my reflections of the formation of educators and support that communities of practice like the ÚNICA conference offer. Raúl was mentioning that giving an academic presentation is a genre in itself. And I have always mentored and supported my students to attend conferences like this one for one very simple reason. They need other readers. They need other listeners. They should not be writing only for the professor, only for the juror, or for whoever is going to read their document at the university, but they should be sensitive to audiences. They should be able to explain their ideas of a project or their project or the result of a project to broader audiences. What did I do in preparing this presentation? I was working with colleagues of undergraduate and graduate teacher education programs, and we have had some meetings, and we highlighted the need for collaboration in the area of academic advice. We had several discussions, like 6 hours discussions, and also we worked on a survey with 10 experienced colleagues from the graduate and undergraduate programs on what would be the role of the advisor and how do you see yourself as an advisor. In the bibliography, you have a link to the survey on trying to understand the style of your advisor, and also if you are an advisor, to trying to self-assess your own style. On the other hand, my paper and presentation presents a list of what has worked for this community in guiding formative research, mentoring, communication, and resources. And as I mentioned previously, you will have access to a survey to self-assess your advisor's style. All right, so I have divided my presentation in 3 parts. First of all, pointers on academic advising of formative research projects. Second, issues in communication with the student and the advisor, the students and the rest of the educational community he or she belongs to. And I couldn't help but include suggested resources for faculty and student researchers. We always make recommendations to the students on do this, do that, do this, do that, use this, use that. And there are several resources that facilitate the task, the huge task of reading and understanding academic papers, producing a first draft, revising the drafts, and adjusting your work to be understood to wider audiences. So I will go one by one, and as I mentioned, this handout is available for all of you. So please instead think of some comments or some questions about this instead of taking notes of my pointers. So first of all, I suggest that every instructor should share and discuss the university guidelines for doing and writing a research project. These guidelines should be public. They should be available in a website, and with a description of what is expected of a proposal, what is expected in the implementation, what is expected in the final report. So take the time, share and discuss these guidelines so that your tutorees have a better idea of the expectations of the institution. We have at Universidad Distrital something that you can consult that is called Cartilla de Modalidades de Grado. So every modalidad de grado, internship, research, article, monograph, and two others are described there, which are the steps to follow and how the document, the final document, should look like. My second recommendation that I'm sure most institutions have is to tell the students and to show the students also to have a public document with the scope and sequence of every research course that should be associated with the progress of a manuscript. So what are you doing in the course Research 1, Research 2, and Research 3? What is expected? Which product should be at the end of the first course, of the second course, of the third course, and what would be the criteria for passing the subject. This is important because sometimes the novice student, teacher, researchers advance in the project, advance in the reading, but they don't put it on paper. They don't put it on writing. When you have a conference with them, I said, yes, I know, I plan to do that, I plan to do this, but it's not in your manuscript. You have to put your ideas and your thoughts, even if they are tentative, because writing is a way of thinking. Writing is a way of organizing your thoughts. It's a way of conversing with yourself and conversing with others. So the scope and sequence of every research project, I think, should be very clear, very clearly stated, and what should be done. In the cartilla that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we have some rubrics. For the proposal, follow this criteria. For the final document, follow this criteria. And that would facilitate communication between the faculty and the students. As Raul mentioned, it's a good idea to discuss examples and models of the academic genres and subgenres that students will read or write in. So everybody's familiar with the genre book, but some are not very familiar with the journal article. And in a journal article, you can find several subgenres, such as review of the issues, or research report, or state of the art. So familiarize your students with these academic genres and subgenres, and ask them to search for this type of publications with different sources. The next point, connected to the previous one, D, is to integrate to the syllabi the analysis of recent and high-quality research report from peer review journals. I tell my students, all right, it's okay to look up monographs. It's okay to look up master thesis. That is a way to explore the choice of your topic. But since you need to give an account of recent and high quality research, don't limit yourself to those sources. Go to peer review journals, the journals that are published around the world. And Colombia is very lucky to have, for the field of English language teaching and bilingual education, more than 20 local journals, and there are many other Latin American journals for you to read about the issues that affect or may have a connection with your setting, large classes, few resources, etc., etc. Along those lines, the genre doctoral dissertation is recommended. There are the several repositories, free access repositories. Most universities around the world have the doctoral dissertations available, free of consultation for anybody, and you need to locate one or two during class that is connected to the topic that you are interested to look into. Analyze it, see how it's organized, learn from the organization, learn from the discussion, learn from the language that is used, from the formatting, and that is a very good model to follow and to analyze. The next point, I want to stress the word accompany. Accompany students in their search in academic databases. It's not enough to say to your students, okay, look up Science Direct, ProQuest, this and that. You have to walk the walk with them. Say, okay, what's your topic? My topic is about how to teach the hearing impaired, how to teach a foreign language to the hearing impaired. All right, so let's sit in the computer lab, in the computer terminal, and let's do the search together. All right, what ages do you have in mind? Oh, I plan to analyze the perspectives and retrospectives of adults towards their school learning of English. Said, okay, that's interesting. So let's look at as a keyword perspectives, hard of hearing students, and run in academic databases different searches, run different searches. We begin with the most recent. We start looking for 2021 publications, 2020, 2019, etc., because we want to give an account of what is known so far about the topic that you are interested in, the hard of hearing, and what are the difficulties, how do some institutions overcome those difficulties and facilitate the learning of another language, and other issues that are related to that. So it's not, I insist, it's not just say, okay, look up the university subscribe to these databases, enter and find those. No, you have to help the learners with the task of finding quality peer-reviewed articles that report research or make reflections on your topic of interest. All right. In addition to the subscribed databases, there are many open access academic databases. One of the first ones in the field was ERIC. And another one that you're very familiar with is Google Scholar. So you don't have to be subscribed to, your university doesn't have to be subscribed to any of these. They are open. There's a lot of information. If you go to DOAG, Directory of Open Access Journals, and you type in language education, you get 30 or more journals. So you need to be patient. You need to use filters to try to find one or two articles that appear in one of these open access journals. Find the journal first. Second, using the keywords of your proposal, find a topic that is closer to what you need. Try to find some reports that have to do with the same populations you're working with, and so on. There are repositories that are closer to us, such as the Scientific Electronic Library Online, SCIELO, and this one collects a lot of the Colombian journals in the area of bilingual education and applied linguistics are part of this cielo.org. So you can find How Journal, GIS Journal, Applied Linguistics Journal. They are members, let's say, of this organization, and you can also run the search from there. is more efficient than probably visiting the website of the journal itself, because over here you can run a search by your topic. All right. There is another open access database, which is Red de Revistas Científicas de América y Latina, el Caribe, España y Portugal, REDALIC, when you can find Latin American authors or foreign authors that work in Latin America or Iberoamerica better, and that have published something about our context. REDALIC is specialized and is useful for looking at more local knowledge. On the other hand, let me go back to Google Scholar. And in Google Scholar helps teacher researchers identify the most cited author or authors for a broad or a narrow issue. So let's suppose, coming back to my example, that you're trying to find authorized literature on hard of hearing, EFL for hard of hearing students. So you go through scholar.google.com, enter the keywords hard of hearing, students, foreign language, perspectives, retrospectives, etc. And you will probably find that the authors, and under the author, you find how many times this author has been cited. It says, so-and-so has been cited 7 times, so-and-so 70 times. And it depends also on the year of publication. So again, start looking for the most recent, 2021, and go back for the last 5 years and identify those authors that have the most citations. They become a must read. You need to look up. After you have located those authors, you can go back to these databases and do the search by authors. So what has this author published recently about the topic, my topic of interest? Did the author continue with the topic, abandon the topic? Or now there is a book that was published after the article. So you can run a search back to this once you have identified in scholar.google.com the author, you go back over here, right? A more situated search. All right, the next aspect that I mentioned, and that also my friend Raul mentioned, was that we need to support the students writing in different genres. One of those genres are abstracts. There are abstracts for an article, abstracts for a book chapter, there are abstracts for academic presentations, and in these, they share with other communities of practice their idea of a project or how the progress has progressed. I had a very interesting experience last semester. There was a call for papers from the University of Missouri. And in that very week of the call, we were working with a class on the abstracts. So I saw the perfect occasion to make a real life tasks. There were 3 students interested in presenting. Actually, there were 5 students interested in presenting at that event. And they sent me their drafts for help. And I said, okay, I'll be happy to do that. So I revised the formatting and the language. After that, during class, I presented their abstract in one column, and the next column was empty. And I said to the student, please tell us about the project you have in mind. What do you have in mind? What is it, what you want to do? I said, well, I want to present this and this and that and this and this. What methodology do you plan to use? Which instruments? What are the expected findings? This and this and that. So we were working on the abstract. So after that, I said, okay, I'm going to ask all the class to upload the revised abstract for this student. Upload it in the Moodle platform, and make your suggestions according to what you heard. So this was a common construction of an abstract. All right, we did it for 2 classes. Students were in 2 classes that were interested in doing. So we supported their efforts as peer reviewers, and they integrated the suggestions, sent them back to me, and they were accepted with the University of Missouri Student Conference, which my interlocutor today, Diana Estefania Caicedo, was one of the participants, and she can tell us a little bit more about that when I close my presentation. The next point that I'd like to make is support the students' efforts in writing short or long articles. Raul made an interesting presentation of the micro, right? The micro writing, they're writing something very brief in which you tell what is your idea, what is what you have in mind in doing as a project. And let me tell you, writing short is harder than writing long. It's a lot harder because you have to synthesize ideas, you have to synthesize the language. You don't have so many pages, so many paragraphs. It's a hard task, but helping students write short and long articles, accompanying them, it's a good idea. And again, this writing should have some readers, not only the professor, not only the classmates, but other readers. So if students are attending a conference and this conference publishes memoirs after the event, well, don't stop just helping the students write the abstract and get accepted in the presentation or checking the PowerPoint. You also need to accompany the student in the drafting of that paper. Something that my colleagues and I recommend is to have a couple of knowledgeable peers revise and provide feedbacks before submitting manuscripts to a third party. This third party can be a conference organizer, this can be a juror for a trabajo de grado, or it can be a journal, right? A journal, and this teamwork contributes to quality products. Whenever I teach the most advanced courses, for example, apoyo al proyecto de grado de intense semester, or in the master's program, I hold a colloquium and I bring guests. So I said, all right, would you do me a favor? I asked colleagues of mine, also egresados from the program, and I said, would you please read this manuscript and provide some insights? You have experience of 5 or more years in the schools, you're still doing research, and I want to have your voice heard. Would you please read this manuscript? In about 2 weeks, we are going to hold a colloquium, and I want you to participate as a commentator of the work that the student is doing. So by listening to other voices, the understanding is enhanced, and also they are writing for someone else, someone who hasn't heard their proposal, not their classmates, not me, but a third party, and they have to write in a way that is understood. So this is a way of teaming up, and I am very thankful to my colleagues from different institutions, my friends, for taking the time to read and to come to the class and listen to the students. They have 6 minutes and 40, a Pecha Kucha presentation, and the commentator reacts to what he or she read and what she and he heard. And that gives an interesting push, because having these new audiences and explain to these new audiences is very, very motivating. The next point, in complement to the previous presentation, is that it's a good idea for a mentoring to assist students to connect with networks. so that they learn about the current trends of the profession. What is being discussed today? What are the topics of interest for other faculty, for other institutions, for other undergraduate or graduate students? So conferences, webinars, and similar give students self-confidence and inspiration. And I want to tell you a little bit about the etymology of confer. Confer means to compare. All right, people talk to one another, listen to one another. I then compare what I'm doing with what you're doing. So we compare, and we grow together. So something that I'm very proud of is that I have taken my students to several communities of practice. This is one of my favorite pictures. I don't remember the year, right? But okay, Carlo is here, right? Carolina is here. Nancy is here. Many of my students are here. And we participate in several communities of practice. One of them, the University of Missouri Student Conference. We had 5 presentations last time. Unibosque and the language program they have. We have been there a couple of times. Uniminuto, Universidad de La Sabana, Universidad de Córdoba, Universidad de San Buenaventura en Cartagena, Universidad de Santo Tomás, Asocopi, Universidad La Salle, Centro Colombo Americano de Cali, Universidad Libre, among others. And the enthusiasm of the students is contagious. It's something that I look forward to. When we are presenting, where we are listening to other students present, there is like a recharge of batteries. They come to the classroom reloaded. They have a new view and they said, wow, I thought this was going to be impossible. I never thought that I could give a presentation or even attend an event. And that makes a big, big difference. And I'm very proud to say that this is what they stop being student, teacher, researchers, and many of them see themselves as the new or the future scholars. All right, the second part of my presentation has to do with the communication between tutors and tutees. A common problem, a common difficulty is that students have a lot of anxiety because doing research and writing a monograph or a thesis or an article causes certain anxiety because there are many things involved. Number one, the topic itself, the project itself, and number two, putting it into writing, using the conventions of writing, getting it right, etc. Of course, you never get things right from the very beginning. It's a road, and we need to be supportive. It's very time consuming, and it takes a lot of effort to read papers about research and written in a foreign language and so on. But the more time that you as an advisor invest in revising the paper, the better it pays off. So that's an important point. The next point has to do with stressing teamwork and peer reviewing. So there is an instance of the class, say during the segundo corte, after about 6 or 8 weeks, in which I don't read, but I provide guidelines and rubrics for students to read one another. I select the peer reviewer. It has to be somebody who's working in a topic that is similar to yours. All right, and this proves to be useful because following the guidelines, there are like 3 main areas for this reviewing. One has to do with formatting, the formatting of the document itself, the organization, the titles, the subtitles, etc. The part. The second part has to do with language, where you're able to understand the proposal? Were you able to understand every paragraph? Do you have suggestions for your classmate about language? Do you have recommendations, etc., etc.? So peer reviewing, I do not grade the quality, let's say, of the draft at that time. It's the student gets credit for doing a good peer review, but everybody gets full credit, of course, if they submit it on time and if they do provide useful feedback following the rubrics. The other point about communication has to be with, as an advisor, you need to balance between very directive and being non-directive. All right, so listen to the student's idea and say, well, this is, it seems right, it seems interesting, a little bit ambitious, and keep studying, keep working, and so on, but don't try to just be too directive and say, well, if you want to do this, you have to do this, this, and that. And I said, explore, check, see other studies, and try to balance your direction. Do not cut their inspirations or creativity if you're giving everything and asking for everything in the way you are used as an advisor, as a teacher researcher yourself, of doing things. Very important has to do an aspect that is for both the tutees and the tutors to set a plan and a schedule from the start. All right. So when I teach a research class, I leave 20 minutes for individual tutoring. I said, look, I would like to talk to so and so. Or I say, if anybody wants to talk in next class, please let me know, email me, and we'll converse 20 minutes or 10, 20 minutes after the class. So there is a tutoring that is connected to the study. If you have office hours and you can see your students in other hours, that's fine, but plan and schedule from the start. It's important to meet the students regularly. One of the difficulties from graduation is that sometimes students have completed all the coursework and they disappear, right? So if you're still the director of a project, you say, look, we need to talk at least once a month. I need to see your progress at least once a month so that the motivation is there and the project is alive, and we reduce the risk of the student dropping out. Along those lines, whenever you have a tutoring session, give students small steps and tasks to work on. It says like, all right, look, you seem to have many authors, lots of bibliography, but not very recent. For the next session, I would like you to give me a report or to include authors and works that have been published in the last 3, 4, 5 years, because that's a deficiency. So give them a specific aspect to work on so that you will discuss in the next meeting. Something very important. We have many projects, as I show you in a minute. We have many projects in our mind, several classes, and we need to make sure that you remember the project. So read the students' work before a meeting, and the same message for the students. If you're going to meet your advisor, send the manuscript or a summary or something a couple of days before the meeting. It would be a more productive meeting. All right, the next, give plenty and prompt feedback on content, on academic writing, on formatting issues. Make sure that students understand the feedback, the comments, and the suggestions, right? This is important. Sometimes they do things that you didn't ask them to do because of a misinterpretation. So it's worth taking the time to provide extensive feedback, quality feedback as clear as possible. And the next, suggest sources and resources and work with those resources regularly. And I said, well, it seems that you're not proofreading your work pretty well. Tell me, what did you do to proofread your work? Did you use this strategy? Did you print the paper before submission? Did you ask someone else to read the paper in advance, a classmate or another knowledgeable peer? Did you use the grammar spelling check, etc., etc., etc.? And please demand them to work with those resources regularly. All right. So this is something that I offer you. It's in the handout. You can take a survey to identify your style as an advisor. In this link, I just give you a very quick look over here. And Carlos, will you please tell me if you can see the survey? Or anyone else? Can you see the survey? Okay. Carolina or whoever, can you? Okay, yes, you can. Okay, thank you. I got it. So the survey, this is the survey. I'm not going to go through it. But this is something that I want to leave you with. Answer candidly to these questions about your style as an advisor, or if you're a student, to understand or figure out the style of the advisor. Okay, I have 8 minutes to cover the next session, Coming back to resources. Here I am. So there are, as I mentioned in my introduction, I'm going to do the bottom up. I'm going to show some resources that students and faculty should know and work with from the very beginning, and I would say not only for the research classes, but for any component of a teacher education program. First of all, there are these resources that we use regularly in our classes. They are the library guides. Libraries and writing centers offer comprehensive guides. I like this one particularly because University of Southern California libraries, there are tutorials and they tell you definition of an abstract, types of abstracts, how to write an abstract, what should include an abstract, how long it should be, one block paragraph, etc., etc. And the Purdue Online Writing Lab, in addition to discussing the genres and subgenres, it also offers tutorials and explanations on language and on academic language, and also how to organize and write the sections of a manuscript. So I recommend my students to have these in their browsers for any academic work that they are doing. The second, the university writing centers offer online tutorials on how to organize papers and theses. There are videos, there are conferences from lecturers on saying, for example, how to state the problem, how to write the problem statement. And there is a discussion, very dynamic, very clear, and this reinforces the class discussion. Video conferences and webinars, universities, professional associations, libraries, and others, as you know, disseminate knowledge from expert speakers in many disciplines. So have access to this, you may have access to these video conferences. There are now in internet, many from things. I said, please rely on those that are backed up by universities or professional associations, not just by anybody who put up a video, who uploaded a video, because you don't know the quality, the authority the person has, etc. All right, the next recommendation is for students to use regularly and never submit a draft without having passed the text through a grammar spelling check. It saves time to edit and proofread. You would be surprised that many people don't know which is the key that you have to press in your keyboard for the automatic grammar spelling check. Many don't know. F7, and that's something you should use regularly for any kind of document, either in Spanish or in English or in any other language, right? You also have the grammar spelling check from for Microsoft, which is very basic. Don't rely on that. So I suggest students to work with other ones, the free version of Grammarly, the Pro Writing Aid, and if you're going to submit a monograph, a trabajo de grado, or an article, it would be a good idea to subscribe to the premium version of those grammar spelling checkers. The next aspect I want to mention have to do with applications. There are several applications for correcting sentence structure, paragraph structure. One of those is called Ludwig.gure, Ludwig Guru. So whenever you have doubts and search for a sentence, Ludwig makes sure that the best way to write it by giving it you contextualized examples taken from reliable sources. And the link is over there for you to play with it. Of course, a resource that is very valuable are dictionaries. I want to discuss this one specifically, dictionaries of collocations. You're not sure which words go together, which prepositions follow a verb, which adjectives and adverbs go before a noun or an expression. So if you enter the word that you are interested in, a dictionary of collocations gives you options. As you know, this is an offshoot of the lexical approach by Sinclair and Coulter and others. That they had a huge database to see how words hang around together, right? And my next recommendation is to use a graphical dictionary such as visual words. All right, I'm going to show you this just to change the pace. Graphical dictionary. My recommendation is, okay, you need sentence variety. You need vocabulary, a rich vocabulary. So you go through visualwords.com, you enter visual words, and I just for this exercise today, I put the word literacy. All right, the word literacy. And it gives us a map. I have to use the full screen. All right, literacy. Let me refresh. Okay, now that's better. That's better. So there are conventions, and the conventions tell you if it's blue is a noun, if it's green is a verb, if it's orange is an adjective, if it's red is an adverb. All right, and if it has this type of bar, it shows you the connection of this word to the others. Is a word for, is a kind of, is an instance of, etc., etc. So we have literacy, skills, accomplishment, acquirement, workmanship, numeracy, ability of power, and it tells you it's a dictionary, a visual dictionary, that whenever you just put the mouse on top of it, the arrow on top of it, and it gives you definitions. It shows you. All right, I would just use another one. Read. Enter read, and it gives us quite a bit. It's like a visual thesaurus. Read only memory, read say, read, understand, interpret, register, show, study, etc. So for vocabulary expansion, resources like this are very useful. One of my favorites, as everybody knows, those who have taken a course with me, is this one. All right. This is called WordSift. Originally developed by an IBM employee who was just playing with text and say, I have this text, I want to make like a semantic map of this text. And what does it tell me? So this belongs to a research project on cooperative learning. This has only 10 pages, right? It's a proposal. It has 10 pages. However, in these 10 pages, this student used the word student 46 times. It's a little bit too much for 6 pages, right? So what do? You go back to your original manuscript and you decide if you want to delete the word, change it for a pronoun, paraphrase it, or use a synonym. But wordshift.org identifies for you the overused words. So learning in 10 pages, 36 times is a bit too much. I have read trabajos de grado in which the word students appear 900 or more times. That's a bit too much. It ties the reader. So this is a resource that you can use. And again, in the bottom, you have some not as sophisticated as the visual words, but it gives you some synonyms: educatee, pupil, student, bookman, scholar, scholarly person, and so on. And in the bottom, it tells you where does the word student occur in your document. So what do I ask my students to do? I said, copy and paste all of your text, 3 pages, 10 pages, 45 or 100 pages, copy and paste them here, except for the reference section, because you didn't write the reference section. Only this section are your words. And spot the overused words, the ones that you use too many times. Go back to your test and revise it. All right. So there is another tool that I like you to, I would say resource. I don't like the word tool. There is another resource that I use for this huge difficulty of coming up with the research question. I'm sure the students that are listening can remember, this difficulty of, okay, what am I going to write next? So Janelle has a blog site. Janelle Janstad is in the bibliography. She has a website, and the explanation is not very complete, but I gather that what she suggests is that we plot in an Excel worksheet the elements that you have in your title or in your research question, tentative research question, or the constructs that you have in mind, and you plot them in the y-axis, and you repeat them in the x-axis. For example, there was a student of mine interested in classroom management to enhance the environment to teach and learn. And the assumption was that if there was good classroom management, students would become more motivated and they would have a very favorable perception of teacher effectiveness. So these are like the 4 constructs or variables or concepts, as you wish to call them. And they are repeated here in this axis, the same. And of course, there is here, you fill in with black in the intersection with itself. And over here, you begin to plot the questions. Janelle Jenstad offers the following. It says, okay, there are many ways, many types of questions. These are some of the wording that you may want to use. And you may generate 20 questions, and probably only 3 of them are good enough for your purposes. So you say, does X impact, affect, change, cause, trigger, account for, facilitate, negate, repudiate, or presuppose Y? If yes, how? So this one means, does classroom management facilitate the environment to teach and learn? If yes, how? What is the relationship of X1 to Y2 to Y3 to Y4? what the relationship of classroom management to environment to teach and learn, to motivation, to perception of teacher effectiveness, etc., etc. So this is a very interesting way of generating a lot of ideas at first without judging, but afterwards through the discussion with the tutor, the classmates, you say, okay, this sounds like an interesting, like a good question. Coming back to this, my suggestion for my colleagues who are advisors and who teach research or advisors is to keep an inventory of the projects. Here you have the student name, the working title, the peer reviewer's name, who's going to review this, this work, which is student, all right? The email of the author and notes that you may have. So for example, in a class that I am teaching, there is a student interested in speaking TBLT, another type-based instruction, ICT and speaking, another on writing, another on remote learning, another on remote learning, another descriptive study, another one on the lexical approach, etc. So I can keep track of so many interests and identify them with the name of the student, to have everything in one place, the name of the student, the working title, and the peer reviewer, and the email of the author, etc. This is very useful to keep yourself organized because you have too many things in your mind. All right. Okay, so that's basically my presentation. Before I close, I would like to the moderator to allow Diana Estefania Caicedo to give her testimony of what I just presented, and she took a couple of classes with me, and I think that listening to the teacher's voice is all right, and listening to the student's voice, it's also important. That's why I asked her to join me in this session. So Carlos, you're on to give the word. I stopped sharing.
Okay. I think that I'm in.
Diana Estefania, we're listening.
Now, yes. Yes, can you? Okay. Okay, I'm going to be brief because I know that the time is short. Well, I just wanted to make emphasis in 2 points. The first one is that, yes, well, I can give testimony of all of these things happens inside the research classes, especially in the Rigoberto's classes. And well, as a testimony, I can say that when I was starting my research, one of the first things that the professor made was to prepare a little conference with my partners. And there we had the opportunity to expose and to make like a little dissertation of our research in progress. And he invited external tutors, and I think that it was one of the most meaningful things that I have had in my research, because there I received many suggestions from people who has already made studies related to my topic of research, which is interculturality in arts. And okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, very well. Keep going.
Okay,
keep going.
I'm sorry. And the other main point is that there is also always emphasis by Professor Rigoberto to prepare and to bear in mind that we need to divulge and to show what we have done. We have in the classes we have share our writings with our partners, and it was also very meaningful to me because I have brilliant partners, and they made suggestions about my writing and also about my research. They said you can add this thing, you can make emphasis in this, you can look for these authors, this topic is really interesting, this, well, maybe you can do this or that. So it works in a great way. And also we also were motivated to present in academic events. I can say that fortunately I have the opportunity to present on my series first symposium of language and culture, and this is I think that this is the main point of the research, to divulge, to expand our horizons, and to bear in mind that we can not just stay in the monograph or like just to make the things to the graduation, for example, no, because this is like the part of our career. And well, that's what I wanted inviting me to talk about this topic.
Gracias, Diana Estefanía. Al principio de la conferencia dijimos, bueno, vamos a hablar español e inglés porque están estos idiomas en equal standing. Y hay algo que tú quiero que menciones y tiene que ver también con mentoring a los estudiantes para que busquen oportunidades de intercambio cultural, de estar con otras comunidades en otros países. ¿Y esto qué significa para ti y tus compañeros de promoción y tus compañeros de la universidad? El que se abra esa ventana. Yo les muestro, por ejemplo, el programa que la Consejería Académica del Colombo tiene, que es el Amity Program y demás, y también invito a estas personas a que presenten sus programas. ¿Cómo lo asimilan tus compañeros frente a una ventanita hacia la interculturalidad y hacia la movilidad que puede dar el estudio de lenguas y culturas extranjeras?
No, desde el primer momento en el que pues entramos como en este tema de la interculturalidad, de lenguas, ahí mismo ya uno se visualiza, pues yo sé que mis compañeros también, ellos nos visualizamos por ejemplo, expandir nuestros horizontes, por ejemplo, buscando oportunidades, digamos, de estudio ya en el extranjero. Yo sé de muchos compañeros que han participado como en agencias, en programas internacionales, bueno, tantas cosas que hay, au pairs, camp counselors, en campamentos. Bueno, es una cantidad infinita de posibilidades.
Ajá, exacto. Tú en 20 días vas a uno de esos intercambios, ¿verdad? Porque los de CCUAY vinieron al salón, presentaron el programa y tú te enganchaste, llamémoslo así. A mí me parece que esto también es algo que quiero decir. No debe ser separado, debe ser todo muy integrado. Decir, bueno, tú tienes algo que dijo Raúl Mora en una conferencia que lo invité a mi salón hace un par de años, fue muy interesante, hablando del proyecto de investigación de pregrado. Él dijo textualmente, "You have an airplane, make it fly." Igual analogía se puede decir con que tú tienes un idioma, tú tienes otro idioma, tú tienes una formación en educación, una formación como docente. You have an airplane, make it fly, and make it fly to enhance your interculturality, your exchanges, etc. So I look forward to listen to your presentation, Diana. Hay una pregunta de Yasmín Alfonso acerca de extensive feedback y qué es mejor, si el feedback por escrito o el feedback en la tutoría oral. Jazmín, gracias por la pregunta. Yo quiero decir lo siguiente. Personalmente, no me gusta dar oral feedback sin haber leído el trabajo. Entonces, profe, yo quisiera que me diera una tutoría, yo quisiera hablar con usted sobre mi trabajo. Digo, con mucho gusto, por favor, envíemelo antes, porque lo que tú escribes es un compromiso, lo que tú escribes es plasmar tu pensamiento en el papel y entrar en un diálogo con el lector y con los autores que consultaste. Entonces yo siempre prefiero leer, enviar el feedback y luego, listo, nos reunimos tal día, a tal hora y hablamos sobre lo que, ¿no? Si quieres aclarar A o B o C acerca de eso, entonces yo me inclino siempre por leer primero y luego sí doy em, mm, doy my feeling, llamémoslo así. Y más importante, como lo decía Diana Estefanía hace un momento, también que ellos reciban este feedback no solo de mí, sino de los compañeros y este feedback de otras personas que tienen trayectoria en el aula y trayectoria en la investigación. ¿Hay más preguntas? Creo que tenemos como unos 5 minutos. ¿O tú, moderadora, me dices?
Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Castillo. It was amazing. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we can't answer the questions. However, in the comments, there are many that are interesting. Again, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very, very amazing.
All right, so I'm going to send Doralba my paper for you organizers for the organizers to have a copy of my paper, so all of you can have access to all of these and the links and the resources. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the wonderful comments. I am glad that you like the content of the presentation, the resources that I presented, and I look forward to listen to the other presentations. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, Anita. Well, we couldn't hear you so well, but it's fine, no problem. I'm so happy to be here today with you. So I'm just going to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Julia Africano. I am a languages teacher from Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. I'm currently taking my master's degree in language teaching at Universidad de La Sabana, and well, I am tutor at the ÚNICA Virtual School in Sogamoso, Boyacá. And what else? Now I have the opportunity to to be the leader of a English tutors team at the virtual school. So thank you so much for the invitation to the research and educational event. I'm so happy to be here to share with you my research project entitled Self-Regulatory Strategies for Online Learning. So I'm going to start sharing my slides. Okay, could you please let me know if you are watching my slides now? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for let me know. Okay, so as I told you, I'm so happy to be here in order to share my research project entitled Self-Regulatory Strategies in for Online Learning. So my research study is in this last stage of data analysis. So I'm going to share with you some aspects related to my research project throughout this agenda. So introduction, context and participants, research question and objectives, theoretical framework, method findings, discussion, limitations, recommendations, and some references. But first, please let me describe a little my teaching context. So I work in a K-12 online school within a fully online program. So students have access to a Moodle platform. They have an interactive learning environment. So they find 5 thoughts that we have called based on a research process at the school. And I currently teaching in 5th and 6th grades. I'm currently teaching English for the humanistic thought, pensamiento humanístico, that is integrated from Spanish and English. So the school instructional design is very solid. So English core design includes multimodal resources and adequate sequence of tasks. Also a variety of video tutorials and feedback is frequently made. So as well as the strategy, the activities are generally under the principle of project-based learning and challenge-based learning. And furthermore, communication, interaction, and sequencing are core principles which are accompanied by learning strategies. The population is composed by families and students living in different cities in Colombia. Others are living abroad. So we have students practicing sport at high performance, and as well as students who love technology, video games, programming, designing, and robotics, among other extracurricular activities. Well, there are some other characteristics related to the language level of this population. So students are between A1 and B1 according to the Common European Framework. Students have between 1 and 4 years studying in the virtual school. Some of our students have health problems, and others have some special educational needs. Well, my sample was 22 participants of 6th grades between the 10 and 12 years old. Well, what is this research project important? So first, language tutors need to identify the strategies used by the learners. Why? Because we need to help them in this online learning process, guide them in order to have a successful online learning. Second, because online learners at any level require a high degree of autonomy and self-regulation. So self-regulation and autonomy practices are very important in this learning context. Third, because exploring learning strategies is an important way of gaining insights into online learning. In Colombia, we don't have many studies regarding virtual schools or online education. So I think this study is relevant to our context and in the online education. And of course, online education, as everybody knows, is expanding every day and growing a lot due to the multiple situations, socioeconomic and health situation that everybody knows, that is the pandemic. Yes, what is my research question? So what are the learning strategies autonomously used by 6th graders to learn English in an e-learning environment? So the objectives are to identify and analyze the learning strategies autonomously used by the sixth graders to learn English in a virtual school. So my research project is underlined under these theoretical theories and main concepts and main constructs, learning strategies, of course, defined by Oxford 2008 as actions or steps that learners take with some degree of consciousness. And on the other side, we have the self-regulation defined by Pandero and Alonso Tapia 2014 as the control that students have over their cognition, thoughts, their behavior, actions, emotions, and motivation. And what context? So the main context is an online learning, virtual, asynchronous environment. So defined by Silva 2013 as the educational system based on internet. Where tutor publish content, lessons, and a variety of materials, and the student carry out those activities according to their own pace and time. Well, so for 2008, she highlights that there are many different taxonomies of strategies regarding learning a language in independent settings, or she tells story about the independent settings, distance education, and online education. So she mentions that these strategies could be organized into 4 main categories. So the first one is metacognitive strategies, cognitive strategies, social interactive strategies, affective strategies. So metacognitive strategy related to those strategies or actions for guiding the learning itself, such as plan, organize, monitor, and evaluate. And cognitive strategies related to the actions for mental processing of the language and creating some frameworks, including some strategies such as analyze, combine, group, and synthesize. Affective strategies of those actions in order to develop motivation to deal with negative emotions. And the last one is social interactive strategy, as the way the students use some strategies to create collaboration, to create, to solve some their questions and help think. Yeah, so on the other side, we have the Zimmerman's self-regulated cyclical model. So he proposes three steps or phases. So the first one is fourth phase, is the initial stage. The student analyze the task and set goals and make plans in order to carry out the task. Some of the strategies mentioned in this fourth phase are goal setting, environment structuring. The second phase is the performance control, so time management, task strategies, help seeking, environment structuring make part of this phase in which the student need to be concentrated and focus on their activities, on their tasks, and of course to performance their activities. So, and the third phase is the self-regulation phase. So self-evaluation is one of the strategies that make part of this phase. So regarding my research methodology, well, the context is Colegio ÚNICA virtual, participants, sixth graders, and English teacher or tutor. It's a qualitative case study. The type of the case study is exploratory. So, and the data was collected throughout 3 instruments. The first one is the online self-regulated learning questionnaire, validated by Bernard et al. 2009. And this questionnaire has a scale Likert scale standard. So we use this scale, like sometimes, never, and always, to know how often students use certain types of strategies. So this online questionnaire measured the students' use of strategies within 6 categories, including specific strategies within the self-regulation, such as environment structuring, goal setting, time management, help seeking, task strategies, and self-evaluation. Well, the second instrument was the interview. So number of semi-structured interviews per interview were carried out in order to thought the strategies used by the learners in online environments. And the third instrument was the teacher's journal. So it was really helpful because I could register every observation during the whole research process. And data analysis, so we're under the theories of grounded approach theory and mixed method as explanatory design. Why? So we can see here the grounded theory, where the theory in which I could analyze the data collected. So first, data were organized and displayed into a matrix, a research matrix, yeah, and were used this process of data analysis according to Carbon and Strauss actual open and selected coding. So from an amount and many pages of text and data to small pieces and to specific codes, contents, and categories. So using these techniques, scope in vivo, color coding, repetitive patterns, comparing and contrasting, in order to reduce codes into a mapping, a final mapping that I'm going to show you later, and to get main categories supported by a specific codes, as well as the mixed methods explanatory design. Why? Because we collect data and analyze data via the online self-regulated questionnaires, but we needed to support the findings from the questionnaire with qualitative data. So we carry out the interviews, per interviews via Skype and Zoom, in order to listen to students' use of strategies and support the results found in the questionnaire. And of course, to get a solid interpretation between the two instruments to get data. Well, here are some preliminary findings from the online self-regulated learning questionnaire. So we can see here the 6 categories, the 6 type of strategies with the percentages to know how often students use each strategy. So 49% sometimes means that students carry out or use this strategy at least one time per week. Environment structuring, 65% always. Start strategy, 47% sometimes. Time management, 53% always. Help seeking, 53% never. And self-evaluation, 45% never. So from the self-regulated learning interview, some preliminary findings, we organized them into these type of strategies: goal setting, environment structuring, task strategies, but we also found some important incidents regarding the connected strategies, time management, help seeking, social effective, motivational strategies, as well as from my teacher's journal, I got some important factors such as families' help support, lack of use of self-evaluation strategies, lack of use help-seeking peer strategies. We found that students they don't use this type of strategy, help-seeking, with their classmates, with their peers, but with their family, or the family, because they are close to them, so they ask for helping to them when they have questions or doubts. Lack of communication and interaction between students, and the last one was the online learning satisfaction. So here you can see my final mapping. Yeah, so students report specific actions regarding this type of strategies. So the main categories are metacognitive strategies, cognitive strategies, social-affective, and motivational strategies. Placed into this phase, in the self-regulated phase, for the phase, environment structuring, supported by specific actions, and goal setting. In the performance phase, that's strategies, time management, yeah. And regarding the motivational strategy, we can see that the students use the self-motivation strategy. So there are two types of self-motivation strategies according to Corno, Siren in Pandero, in Alonso Tapia 2014, that students use to do a task or activity to maintain the concentration and the interest before and during the task or activity. So the first one is motivation, initial interest. I want to do the task before doing it. So one of the participants said, I must have a good attitude, because with a bad attitude, it doesn't allow me to process my ideas. It completely blocks me. And the other one, the volition type of self-motivation strategies, are related to actions to maintain the concentration in order to avoid distractions, such as play video games, watch videos on YouTube, and chat with friends. So one of the participants said they use this type of a strategy of self-messages, or self-rewards. They told me, yes, if I finish my task, I have more time to play or do other activities, the activities that I really enjoy to do. So next, other findings regarding online learning satisfaction. Well, based on the studies of Lin et al. 2017, they mentioned that previous studies had showed that online learning satisfaction possibly possibly and significantly correlates to the students' use of self-regulated strategies. So students report their satisfaction regarding their English learning in online environments, and they report some advantages of learning online. So those advantages, like topics are better explained in virtual environments, multidisciplinary learning, language learning improvement, learning gain enhances of size, flexible use of virtual learning materials, comfort and easy in language learning, time flexibility to do extracurricular activities, and allow learners to be more disciplined, responsible, and to put more effort into their tasks. Those advantages were reported by the students. Personalized tutoring is another advantage. And they also report some online learning requirements, such as discipline, responsibility, good tutors' assistance to advance significantly during the whole process, time organization, and looking for additional material to keep improving English learning. I found a limitation regarding the participants' time disponibility due to their activities and multiple, schedules and familiar activities. So reminders by WhatsApp, email, phone calls were really crucial for carrying the project out and collecting data. Here's some recommendations that I have so far. Is once the students' learning strategies are known, tutors may enhance and modify them to increase learners' autonomy in learning languages. Second, one of the things that the virtual school should do is create a validated set of cross-curricular instruments which everybody use and adapts regarding the process of self-evaluate. So in that way, there is a culture of self-evaluation and ecosystem in which self-assessment is endorsed in practice. And the third is promote peers collaborative work. In the last one, create more opportunities to enhance interaction and communication between students. So here, a list of references, and for further information, I will be more than happy to assist you. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much for the invitation as well.
Thank you, Julie, for sharing this amazing project. It's a pleasure that you are here sharing your knowledge with us. Those strategies are really for us to help our students. And in this moment, for time, we don't have enough questions. And we continue with the other research project. And as I said before, thank you, Julie, for your presentation, for your project. It was really amazing. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. So I will be typing on the chat, into the chat box, the answers of some questions that I didn't hear. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, it's because they... Okay, the first one is, Julie, can the students in your study rarely seek help from their classmates be influenced by online environment? How can we teachers motivate students to help each other, especially when meeting online in online classes?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, motivation, it's a challenge. and when you talk, when you teach in online environment, it's a really big challenge that we have. But we have been creating opportunities to enhance students' interaction, such as, well, this year with my group of tutors, we start working on the language club. So, and we had been created other opportunities to enhance students' interaction. So in that way, when they are chatting with other classmates, with other peers, they motivate. They are motivated better to participate in those spaces, in those activities, and of course, they are more motivated to learn a foreign language.
Okay, thank you. We have another question. You mentioned about this implementing cross-curricular instruments to create an institutional ecosystem. Can you expand on that?
Yes,
please?
thank you for the question. Well, the cross-curricular instruments, it's a recommendation due to the, I think, based on the results, one of the strategies that the students, they don't use so much, it's self-evaluate and self-judge their job during and at the end of the learning process. So I really want to suggest to the school to start working on that, to create instruments that we can use, not only English teachers, but all teachers at the school, yeah, in order to invite the students to self-evaluate their learning, because it's really important when you are learning that you self-evaluate your process, to say, well, I have to keep working on this or on that, or I need to take these other strategies to improve my English learning process, and yeah.
Really, thank you so much for being here. I told you before, it's a pleasure that you are here sharing your knowledge with us, and thank you so much. More questions, but you know, the time flies.
Yes, I know.
If you want to
Thank you so
chat
much.
with them, thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Well, let me introduce now. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me introduce now Diana Estefania Caicedo. Diana Estefania is finishing her bachelor degree in English at Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas in Bogotá, Colombia. She is conducting intercultural research which looks for granting critical thinking development in adolescents through artistic movements. She participated as a presenter in the first student symposium of modern language literatures and cultures of University of Missouri, and has worked as an English teacher in private institutes in Chile and conducted practicums in public schools in Bogotá. So welcome, Diana Estefania Caicedo Espina. The floor is yours, and you can start wherever you want. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for your presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see it? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start right now. Now I'm going to present my research in progress. The title is Folk Music Revival en la Nueva Canción Latinoamericana, a capsule in interculturality for an EFL class. Well, basically, my study consists in proposed integration of two artistic movements. These two artistic movements are called La Nueva Canción Latinoamericana and Folk Music Revival. Folk Music Revival is an artistic movement from that which emerged in the 60s and 70s in the United States. And La Nueva Canción Latinoamericana is from Latin America, of course, and it is also from the 60s and 70s. Years. The representatives of these two movements are singers whose lyrics are about social issues and political issues. They procure that all what they sing has sense, has social deals with social issues and with political issues, and the lyrics are really touchful. That's why I choose these topics, and also because they use their folklore's primary rhythms. For example, in Folk Music Revival, we have Bob Dylan, Joan Collin, and they sing with country and rock rhythms, which are representative from the United States. And in Latin America, well, we have many rhythms, like we have cumbias, pasillos, well, many rhythms and folklores from all of these countries. Well, how did my research emerge? I was in my practicum in secondary, and then I noticed that there was an intercultural promotion in the curriculum that I was following up. The curriculum proposes interculturality, but it was not that specific. So I wanted just to add this topic, and also I noticed in my students a need for knowledge of customs, social issues, and history of various countries and their own country. Because when I tried to bring this topic to the classroom, they were not interested, and I noticed that they needed like an improvement in their awareness, and they needed like to express a way to express themselves and give their own opinions. So for my proposal, I stated my main research question, which is how may the study of La Nueva Canción Latinoamericana and Folk Music Revival contribute to interculturality development in EFL secondary students. Well, here I make like the connection that we have between culture and language, because of course we know that they are not separable. And for for reaching this, the answer for my main question, I propose to first answer, how do La Nueva Canción Latinoamericana and Folk Music Revival contribute to the construction of critical thinking, as the songs has these messages regarding to the social issues. And also I propose, how do the study of cultures motivates 10th graders to work on their intercultural skills? What are the perceptions from 10th grade students towards the content about these two movements? And how the integrations of songs may increase the intercultural awareness in 10th graders? Well, of course, my research questions are linked to my objectives, and my objectives are basically look for discover how these artistic movements, the study of these artistic movements can contribute to the intercultural awareness, what these debates reveal about the construction of critical thinking, how this critical and intercultural syllabus that I propose with songs may contribute to the acquisition of the foreign language in 10th graders. And I want to identify the participants' perception of these artistic movements in response to an intercultural syllabus. I propose 3 main constructs. Of course, the first one is intercultural awareness. Here I take into account what Berham and Risanger proposed regarding to intercultural skills. They emphasize we need to take into account that we first develop our own awareness in our own culture. Yes, we set ourselves in our society, and then we can go abroad and expand our knowledge in culture for about other places. And Baker proposes levels of proficiency in intercultural awareness, but here he proposes that these levels are not mandatory, so we can go first. We can be more aware sometimes about other cultures and then develop the self. And about critical thinking, I based my research in what Roger Fars proposes for critical thinking meaning, which is any guiding thinking that evaluates, rectifies, replaces, and reconstructs phenomena, and deals with higher learning levels, for example, the analytic learning. And as these movements are based on the songs of the artists, Cortes proposes that songs are usually written from personal experiences that happen in determined sociocultural environments. Well, here the songs, maybe songs are normally used to identify grammatical points and these points of language, but in this case we are going to go deeper to the message of the songs. In my proposal, I have revised what is already done. I revised 13 previous studies regarding to interculturality, critical thinking, and songs in EFL classes. For example, I studied the research of González, Ortiz, and Calderón, where in the study they approach literacy practices in EFL classroom to discover, analyze, and promote interpretative process and thoughts based on real context. So in this case, it is really related to my study, because they also uses their study they implemented in adolescents, because they are in such a critical stage where the emotions are stronger and they're passionate about this kind of topics. And I also based my project in after study the research of Sanchez, which is Colombia Different View, a book creation proposal for teaching English as a foreign language. In this book, he made emphasis in the importance of taking into account the needs of the students and taking into account their own culture. Well, as I already mentioned, I based my proposal in my practicums. So I identify were these issues in a group of 10th graders and 26 students in Bogota. The participants in this case will be my students and the English teacher researcher. This is a quality research. This is a quality research and action research, and I'm going to use 4 instruments: 2 surveys, artifacts, focus group, and field notes. The first survey was already implemented, and there I determined issues on interculturality and how much were the students interested in these topics of interculturality and critical thinking. With focus groups, I made to collect all the information about my students' perceptions and how they improve in their intercultural skills, and field notes, of course, is for recording my own perceptions and what is happening, what is going on in the classes along the implementation. For my pedagogical intervention, I propose 7 lessons divided in 6 units. In the unit 2, I propose to look for artists in Colombia who sing for the social issues and political issues. For example, here we have Pablo Gallinazos, Marta Gomez, and then we go to the unit 3, which is La Nueva Canción Latinoamericana. There we will analyze the songs from Facundo Cabral, Silvio Rodríguez, Mercedes Sosa, Inti Illimani, Quilapayún. Then we go to United States in the unit 4 with folk music revival with Bob Dylan, Tracy Chapman, Leonard Cohen, Joan Baez. And the unit 5 is it is almost in the end in it, because I divide this unit 5 into parts where the students are going to propose their own artist, for example, because we have now in present times also artists who sing for these topics. For example, we have Calle 13, or in English we have many rap singers. And in the final unit, I'm going to make the assessment for the analysis and interpretation, of course, because this is a qualitative action research. I propose the 3 types of coding: open coding, actual, and selective coding, where I'm going to label the main categories. I propose to divide these categories in the values that I'm going to be emphasized, which are hope, equality, and justice. Then we go to the stages of the analysis with where I have the description and stage and sense making. And for the data interpretation, I will use concept mapping, a visual tool for this interpretation. What I expect to find in my research is, first of all, increasing in intercultural skills, independence and up-construction about social issues. This is regarding to help students ask for long established traditions. Also, I look my students express insights and thoughts better after listening to messages and songs. So what I want is to motivate them to express themselves, to hear them, and finally the contribution to reflection in issues of hope, equality, and justice. Okay, so thank you so much. I'm also almost in the end. So along my study, and after analyzing the literature, after setting all the proposals to be implemented, I can conclude that language learning is the means to connect cultures, break frontiers, and stereotypes. I like to look the language as a mean to connect to the world, not too much as the English is normally perceived like a commercial tool, but to learn a language is to open the eyes to the world. And the English foreign language field can use artistic movements to help students to improve their intercultural skills. Well, in this case, because these two artistic movements integrates folklore, primary rhythms, integrates history, integrates values of many countries. So these are the references that I used in this presentation. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you so much for your invitation.
Well, thank you, Diana, for that outstanding presentation. We all in here, I'm sure, that enjoyed. And well, we are having like some questions from the audience. There is one from Danny Reyes that says, how hard was it to introduce all music to teenagers?
Of course, this is the main challenge. That's why I proposed in one of the last units to let them bring their songs and their own artists to the EFL class, because yes, I think that in the first steps we need to bring to the students the topics on the main issues of the songs, not just the rhythms, the rhythms of the type of music, because I know that they are teenagers and they are interested more in reggaeton and but I know that these kind of topics are interesting for them. Most of the topics are more the topics than the rhythms, but of course they are going to know the rhythms. That is also one of the main points of the research.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another question from Francisco. It says, I like the fact that you are literally reliving the intellectual value that songs embody. Sometimes we don't get enough students to that level because we focus on other aspects, which, despite the being important, don't entice social-cultural components, right? As like this, we have some more questions in the chat. So because of time, maybe we cannot read all of them, but I invite you to check all the comments in the chat here in Facebook. And well, we are really pleased to have you here, right? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I would like to thank all the presenters today and all the audience. It was a very productive morning, and I think that we learned a lot and we received a lot of new information and useful information regarding the topic of our conference, mentoring students in bilingual research and language research. I thank you all, and I would like to invite you for tomorrow's session, which is going to be really interesting as well. And we're going to have in total five presenters and a panel of experts in the topic of mentoring students. So thank you all and see you tomorrow at 8. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.